Hey, hey, welcome to another episode of Midnight Quest, where tonight we will be continuing our hero's journey to solve the mystery of the Talisman of Lore. Tonight we will be following a group of heroes as they climb the Great Stairwell towards Melar's personal chambers in an effort to find any sort of information they may have missed about the talisman when they got it here several months ago. Hope everybody's doing good tonight. I am looking forward to playing what is likely to be a pretty weird quest, but I also don't expect it to take very long, which will kind of be a nice change from the last quest, which if you put together the two streams ended up with like a 5-hour YouTube video. That's a long quest, and we don't have monsters entering the quest every single monster's turn this time, so it shouldn't take us 17 years to play one single quest. Woo! All right, you guys know the drill. As always, if you're hanging out in the stream tonight, don't be afraid to throw something in the chat so I know you're there. We always have a ton of fun with these. It seems to get more and more fun every time. We are building an absolutely fantastic community, and if you happen to check the chat right now, you will already see 3 of our extremely regular viewers, Justin Pollitt, Gohan, and 1 and 26 are all here and ready to go. So thank you guys for tuning in, of course, right off the bat. And anybody else, don't be afraid to throw something in that chat, because we're only a little bit mean to everybody. Difficult monsters. We're getting the difficult monsters right in there. And Gohan says, time to get claustrophobic. Yeah, that's no kidding. One single room for the whole quest tonight, so that's going to be interesting. Okay, we better get our quest setup done so that we can get playing. So, we need to determine what heroes are going on tonight's quest, so as always, we are going to be drawing from our pile of Beatles cards. Now, we have 12 heroes in the ranks, but only 4 of them can go on a quest at a time. So these Beatles cards here line up with a character randomizer sheet on the wall behind me that allows us to randomize what heroes go on the quest. Now, this book that we're in, book 4 of our 14-book campaign, is a little bit weird in that Tiaga the Warlock has to go on every single quest. This is the only book that has a mechanic like this that forces one hero to go on every single quest. However, this book revolves around the mystery of the Talisman of Lore, and she is the bearer of the Talisman of Lore. So the whole story kind of revolves around her. So we know she's going, but the other 3 are going to be random, and as you probably just saw, we just reshuffled the deck of Beatles cards, which means it could be anybody tonight. Gwen says, everybody get your tissues ready. Yes, we got the ad break coming. Justin says, Ringo wants to go on a quest. Ringo never gets to do anything. Yeah, lies, no shuffling took place. It was a trick. That's right. That's right. Okie dokie, so let's see what we got. Our first hero tonight is going to be the 6 of Diamonds, which is Moonstone the Druid. Good, I feel like it's been a little while since we've seen her. Here is Moonstone. And of course, if we're going to have Moonstone, we also need her shape-shifted bear form, which is right here. So she has a spell that will turn her into this. So we will set that over here next to Tiaga's demon form. Oh no, we must be in an ad break. We got the nose blowing and the super dead. Oh, poor 1 and 26 still has to watch the ads. Frascus is here as well. Good to see you, Frascus. Hope you're doing good. Justin's got like 1,700 of the nose-blowing emotes. Oh, I love it. And the critical hit. Gotta have it. Okay, our second hero tonight is the Jack of Diamonds, which is Gramina. All right, Gramina the Dwarven Explorer. The star of Midnight Quest, going on tonight's quest. We haven't seen her since the defeat of the Witch Lord, so this will be fun. Giving 60-second breaks, exactly. Yes, Justin is handing out 31-minute breaks tonight, so have fun with that, everybody who works with Justin. We've also got the 5 of Hearts, which is Thraken the Barbarian. Here is Thraken right here. And of course, the 4th hero going on the quest, as previously mentioned, is Tiaga the Warlock. Never works too hard. Nah, no such thing, right? All right, let me get some character cards out here real quick so that I can keep track of our turn order. There's Thraken. I always lose track of who I'm even looking for. There's Moonstone. There's Gramina. Okay, so that's everybody. So we've already got Tiaga's card and all her stuff out. Okay, let's get character sheets ready so that we can see what items these guys have. So we have full sheet character sheets here. Yeah, this just confused myself real hard. Now, these give us pretty much everything that we could want to know about the heroes. Looks like Thraken just went on a quest. Was he in the last one? As far as how many dice they do for attack and defense, what kind of mind points they've got, maximum body points, all that good stuff, what kind of equipment they're carrying, items they're carrying, what their personality is, what their skill sets are, all that good stuff, all recorded on these character sheets. I'm seeing a couple of things that I need to fix here. It's been a little while since we've seen Moonstone for sure. Yeah. Next guy is getting a 30-second break and a 29-minute and 30-second break. Yes, exactly. Oh, and Frascus is using the good old nose blowing. That's great. Didn't expect that to become a thing on this channel, but it's amazing that it has. Okay, so the first thing that we need to figure out here as far as these 4 heroes is the total number of skill set points this particular group of 4 heroes has. That number will plug into a monster difficulty scale chart that's up here on the wall that will tell us how hard the monsters tonight need to be. Now, I have to imagine that we are going to be in level 3 difficulty. We seem pretty firmly planted there, and all of our heroes tonight are fairly experienced heroes, so I'm sure that we're going to be there. Any emotes that move, I'm going to spam them. Yes! Nothing wrong with that. We're working on at least one more of those right at the moment. Yes. Okay, so let me pull up my calculator here so we can do some calculations. Moonstone has 26 points. Gramina also has 26 points. Thraken has 28. And Tiaga also has 28. So that gives us a total of 108. Wow. Okay, yes. So we are in level 3, but that is right at the very tippy top of level 3 difficulty, which means all monsters have an extra body point, and boss monsters have an extra body point and a potion of healing. So, we are getting dangerously close to that level 4 difficulty already. Now, this is going to fluctuate a lot. So as I mentioned, that difficulty level is determined by the total number of skill set points held by whatever 4 heroes are going on the quest. Now, we're probably going to see a pretty big spike in this book because of Tiaga going on every quest. She's going to be exponentially growing how many points she has, which is going to be driving that point total up pretty ridiculously by the end of this book. However, we are going to start getting a wave of new heroes over the course of the next few books that are going to start inputting some lower skill set numbers back into the party, which should kind of keep us into some of these kind of lower levels. So I think we have a total of either 7 or 8 difficulty levels, and things will get pretty ridiculous by the end. 126 says, where is the pointy-eared one? Do we have one? Yeah, I guess we kind of have 2 pointy ears tonight. No, I take it back. Moonstone has rounded ears, but Tiaga has pointy ears. So our warlock kind of has pointy ears. She's definitely not an elf, but she has pointy ears. That's for sure. Frasca says, just join the Discord. The little ad thing with my link over my chat worked. Awesome. And 126 says, close enough. Yeah. Awesome. Glad to see you in the Discord. I actually just put a poll in our voting channel, so definitely go check that out. We are doing Quest 3 tonight, but in Quest 7, we are going to be getting a new hero, and there is a vote as to which character class that new hero is going to be. It does have to be a double of one that we already have. There are a couple of classes we haven't seen yet. Excuse me, but the book kind of introduces those in a way that makes more sense later on. If any of you guys didn't see that, definitely go vote on that. I'd like to have, if possible, Savannah paint the hero we end up using before we get there. Yes. Oh. All right, let me get all the items and everything figured out here, just so that we've got everything ready to go. So Moonstone has got an elixir of life, the wand of magic, and a potion of healing. Here's potion of healing. There's the elixir of life and the wand of magic. So she'll come in handy if anybody's dead or close to dead. She's also got a whole lot of spells she'll have access to. Gramina is loaded up right at the moment. So she's got 3 potions of healing. We definitely need to get her using those or passing them out tonight. So we don't want any hero hogging up stuff like that, or else it's going to stop coming out of the treasure deck, and we're going to start getting garbage. Bridge spell scroll, heroic brew, dust of disappearance, and 3 potions of healing. There's 2. There's a 3rd. So try and get her using up as much of that as possible tonight. Whoa! You see that PDF I sent you in the Google Drive? Yes, I did. I didn't get to read very much of it, but I did see it. Julie's here. We got the fancy emotes, of course. Frasca says, voted for Druid. Not sure how they play in this, but always a good flex class. Yes, agreed. And Justin says, Frasca, take a point and play Hero Quest at my place tomorrow. Yeah, there you go. Don't even take a point. Just quit. Who needs a job? Nobody needs a job. Good to see you, Julie. Glad you're here. Hope you're doing good. Thraken's got a fire ring and rabbit boots. That's right, he totally was just on the quest. Maybe even, like, he was totally on last night's quest. I kind of hate when that happens. Or not last night's, you guys know what I mean, Tuesday night's quest. He's got fire ring and rabbit boots. Oh, and he's also got the armband of healing, which I better put over there just so that I don't forget. Agreed, yes. Julie says, I'm doing great. Hope you're doing good as well. Well as well. Happy time zones chat. Absolutely. Agreed. This was, the day could have been worse, but I also got word from the guy who was fixing my hard drive that he was not able to save anything from it. So that was definitely a pretty bad blow. But there may be hope yet as far as maybe I can still manage to get off some of the important stuff. Sarah says, oh no, yeah. Frasca says, yeah, Justin told me about that. Sorry, yeah, I appreciate that, guys. That was, I can't even describe to you the, well, I'm not even sure what the feeling is. I mean, sadness, disappointment, anger, all the bad ones. Justin says, dang, look, I thought I was a bad influence. I was just going to have him skip a day, not totally quit. But quitting is so fun. There are few greater highs than looking your boss straight in the eyes and saying, I ain't coming back tomorrow. Good luck. All right, so we got some skills going on here. Gramina has got her normal dwarf skills, her explorer skills, trapsmith, coin hunter, and danger sense. Now these are static skills, so I'll go ahead and explain what they do just because we probably won't need to explain them at the time. Coin hunter means that if she searches for treasure and finds coins, she finds more coins than what the card says. Danger sense means that if she draws a trap from the treasure deck, she can discard that and draw one more time, once per treasure search. And trapsmith means that if at any point she is standing directly adjacent to a trap, I have to tell her that that is the case. That skill is also something that Thraken has. The trapsmith skill, which is something that he built using the machinery skill set. Oh yeah, let's see. Julie says, man, that sucks. So I joined What Are the Heroes today? We've got Moonstone the Druid, Gramina, of course, Thraken the Barbarian, and Tiaga the Warlock. Frasca says, well, it sucks to have your discography gone, but maybe a chance to make another one. Yeah. Julie says, oh, Gramina. There you go. Yeah, you got the abomination face. Yes. Now the finished files aren't done. It's not like all the songs are forever gone, but all of the project files for them are. So no anniversary remixes, no like me going in and removing the guitar parts so that I can practice without having to hear my recorded parts, and like 13 years worth. There were 13 years of files on that. So I'm still hoping that that I can go in and kind of save a few things, because the guy that I sent the drive to couldn't access it at all. So it wasn't just that it was too broken to get stuff off of. For some reason, his tools just wouldn't access the drive at all. So, who knows? Basically got the good old, well, we've never seen this before. Okay, we need to do some spells here. I'll stop moping and do some spells. So Moonstone, our druid, has got 5 total spells, 3 of which need to be her natural druid spells, which are Pixie, Shapeshift, and Life Force. Now those, we'll just save explanations for when or if she uses them, just so that we're not doing too much exposition here at the beginning. But she is going to get 2 more spells, and she's got some pretty fancy stuff that she has access to. So we'll come back to that in a second. Gromina actually gets a spell. That's part of the skill sets that she built fairly recently, is that she gets 1 single spell. It has to be random, and it's just a normal spell, but it could be something interesting. And then Tiaga gets 4 total spells, 3 of which are her normal Warlock spells, Demon Form, Fear, and Dark Wings. But she is also going to get 1 more spell, which she does get to pick. Okay. That's some complicated stuff. Yeah. Justin says, if the new Right Way album wasn't on there, it would have been able to be saved. That's exactly right. Frasca says, I feel your pain. Justin and I used to jam a little. Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah, Justin, I think you're right. I think there's some sort of cosmic influence that has determined that this Right Way album will never be done at any cost, even if it has to cost me everything else also. Okay, so we've got some complicated spell stuff that we need to do. So Moonstone gets 2 more spells, and she gets to pick both of them. So neither of them are going to be random. She has Tier 2 spells, Tier 3 Earth spells, and Protection spells. So let's just kind of see what she has access to. These are the 3 Protection spells. I'm going to switch back to the board camera. Now, typically if we pick one of these, we pick Wall of Stone. She hasn't actually used it yet, but it looks like it could be really handy. Sure would have come in handy in the last quest. So Wall of Stone, I'd say, is a possibility. I don't care too much about either of the other ones, so we'll put those aside for now. The Tier 2 spells, and we'll go ahead and get these out because Tiaga also has access to these. So Moonstone and Tiaga both have access to these 8 extra, more powerful spells. Now Tiaga's been doing some good work with Consuming Flame, so we might want to just give her that one. Yeah, she's got plenty of potions of healing. Let's just do that. So that'll take care of Tiaga's spells. That's easy. And then for our druid, she gets to pick 2. Reign of Restoration is not a bad idea. We'll put that in the maybe pile as well. But she also gets access to Elemental Armor and Reveal Map, which are the Tier 3 Earth spells. Reveal Map is going to be totally useless in this quest because we already know it's only the center room. So that's useless. Let's not worry about that. Elemental Armor is kind of like Rock Skin, but better, which isn't terrible. Treasure Hunter could be interesting, but I don't know if I want it that bad. Okay, tell you what, let's go with Reign of Restoration and Wall of Stone. I think those are the best options. Those are the 2 that are in the maybe pile. So Reign of Restoration is a healing spell. Wall of Stone literally creates a wall of stones that the monsters have to attack to get through. So that's going to take care of both Moonstone and Tiaga. So we just need to get Gromina's 1 spell. That's the last thing that we need to take care of, is give Gromina her 1 spell that she's built up skill sets to get. And instead of separating our big pile here into 4 smaller piles, which is what we usually do, since we only need 1 spell out of here, let's just grab 2 cards off the top of our regular deck, combine those 2 numbers, and grab that card. So we've got a 7 and a 4, so we'll get the 11th card down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 is Veil of Mist. Oh, that sucks. That is a useless spell. I have so rarely used the spell. Maybe we'll find a reason to have it tonight. Okay, so Veil of Mist allows her to move through spaces occupied by monsters, which is not something you can do in any other case. So, I mean, it's interesting, but we probably won't use it. Yes, okay, so let's, what do we have? Preston says, sorry I keep talking about everything other than the game. Oh, no worries at all. I told Justin I really want to get together and play ASAP. Swing shift makes like, oh yeah, makes it tough. Yeah, absolutely. No worries at all. No, we totally jump around subjects, and I tend to get distracted myself. So no worries at all. Go ahead and says, well, it's up to the player, not the DM. I think the reveal map is the primo pick for this quest. Yeah, there you go. So we only have to check for traps once. See, there you go. Reveal map actually only reveals wall tiles and doors. So unfortunately it doesn't actually reveal all the traps. But that is a good idea. Just as someday, Frascus, we will be the premier Rick band in the 10-mile radius of the cornfield we inhabit. And Gohat says her one spell is you cast you be cast one, shot the boss. Yeah. Nice reference. Play that one song for an hour set. Yeah, we'd only play the one song. Yes, front row. Fresca says, for sure, especially now that I'm learning guitar, I can step down from the tubs and we can play a sick acoustic cover together. Wish you were here, Pink Floyd. There you go. Perfect. Perfect acoustic cover. All right, so I'm going to get the player cards back out here just because it helps me remember the turn order a lot better. And we are going to get the music started and read the quest text so that we know what's going on. And I will place our camera directly above the only area of the map that we will need tonight. There we go. Go ahead and says, I play a mean 5-button plastic guitar sometimes. Hey, there you go. God of Thunder for an hour, yes. Of course, that would be actually really funny to have a band up there playing, and also there's just a dude up there playing a Guitar Hero guitar, and nobody mentions it. Like, the band doesn't mention it. If the audience asks about it, they're like, what are you talking about? That would actually be really funny. I'd go for it. Talking about Gohan back there ripping all the amazing leads? That's not a Guitar Hero guitar. That's a real guitar. What do you mean? Okay, so this is Quest 3 of Book 4, The Great Stairwell. You did well to escape Melar's maze. Now you must prepare to ascend the Great Stairwell. There are 12 levels. Only once you reach the uppermost level will you gain access to Melar's tower, the Tower of Turrek Tor. Climb with caution, for the stairwell is guarded by both the living and the dead. Dread magic is also at play here. Powerful spells and glyphs have been etched into the stone. These guard against any who do not bear the mark of the Dreadlord Zargon. Climb the stairs. That's the thing. Climb the stairs. Here's the start, get to the end. Okay, so central room. Central room for the entire quest. We don't need hallways, we don't need doors, we don't need to remove any of the walls. We are in the central room for this entire quest. The stairs are right here in the corner. And the only thing that we need to do here, we got to remember this. The mechanic here states that the heroes cannot search for anything, attack, or be attacked while they are on the stairs. So they must move off the stairs into the room. Then they can do everything that's in the room. Then they go back to the stairs and we remove everything that's in the room and replace it for the next floor. So we've got 12 different versions of this central room. That is our mechanic tonight. And the big thing that I got to remember, because this is not normally the case, is that the heroes are kind of treated as if they're not really there if they're on the stairs. So they must move off the stairs before they can do anything else. And then when the room is done, and they have to clear the room of monsters before they leave, they can go back to the stairs. Once all 4 of them are on the stairs, we get rid of everything in the room, move to the next level, replace the new room. Presley says, Justin, I've still got our cover playlist on Spotify. Nice. Good list. Okay, so let's go ahead and place out our first room here. So as they enter the beginning, or level 1 of the Great Stairwell, the first thing that they come across is a throne, 2 mountain orcs, whoops, a deep orc. Now remember, the deep variants here are, they just, at the moment they're not painted, so they just look like regular unpainted orc models. The deep monsters live in the deepest, darkest tunnels, and they only come out occasionally, being that they are used to being in the dark. They are completely blind, so they're slow moving. However, if you're going to survive in the deepest, darkest tunnels, you got to be strong, so they hit really hard. There was something else that I was thinking about just now that I had forgotten, and I've already forgot whatever it was. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I remember what it was. It was 1 in 26's difficult monster. Because we might as well just go ahead and place that in this room too, since he redeemed it before the quest technically started. So we might as well go ahead and just put it as a monster in this room. And not treat it like a wandering monster. It'll just be one of the monsters in the room. So it'll still get to attack on the monster's turn and all that good stuff. Or maybe we'll put it on during the monster's turn so that the heroes can't gang up on it and kill it before it even gets to do anything. That's probably the better option there. So let's go ahead and draw what it is right now, because by the time we get to the monster's turn, I will have forgotten that again. So the options are Dread Warrior, Chaos Warrior, Doomguard, Gargoyle, or Ogre. We're going to draw a card to determine what that is. Face cards don't work for 5. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is a Doomguard. Definitely a worthy adversary. Oh, and the next Doomguard that we need to place in the rotation is the coolest mini of all of them. The guy with 2 axes. Okay, so we're just going to place him here in the hallway for now. We'll stick him in the room on the monster's turn and let him act as a wandering monster there, just so that the heroes aren't ganging up on him and killing him before he can do anything. All right, so Moonstone is our first hero tonight, and unfortunately we can't search for traps before we step off the stairway. They've got to step off the stairway before they do anything else, so we'll go ahead and draw a card for her to see what she's going to do. If she's going to do a trap search, then we'll just move her 1 and then do the search. So her options are cast Shapeshift, search for traps, search for secret doors, ignore all the searching and go straight to attacking one of these orcs. And we got clubs, which is going to be searching for secret... You know what? We should eliminate searching for secret doors. The whole quest happens in this one room. There's not going to be any secret doors. 1 in 26 says, wait, is she the pointy ears one? No, that would be Tiaga. That would be this one right here. And we are currently doing this one here. Okay. I gotta brain that out. No secret door searches. It's just traps, treasure, and doing the monster stuff. Okay, so Moonstone's options are cast Shapeshift. Sorry, my brain is just broken entirely. Cast Shapeshift, search for traps, ignore all of that, and there you go. Ignore all of that and go straight for a monster. I don't believe I've even touched my Ghost Horse guitar since we played last. Oh, there you go. Okay, let's see. 12 is a high roll, which means she's going straight to attacking a monster. So we've got 2 mountain orcs and a deep orc. We'll go low, medium, high. We got high again, so she's going straight for that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we'll take care of that other monster here in a second too. I want to make sure they put that on the, we put it down on the monster's turn so that the heroes aren't ganging up and attacking it, because they can't be attacked while they're on the stairs. So we don't want to waste the monster either. Moonstone is attacking that mountain orc, and I also need to remember that Moonstone actually attacks better at long range than close range. So let's back her up one and allow her to send a blast of energy from her redwood wand at the orc, hitting it with a 2. And it does not block either. Wow, first hit of the quest, and it was already a killer one. Okay, that brings us to Gramina. And we'll give her kind of the same options. Is she going to search for traps or go straight to attacking a monster? Of course, it's Gramina. She's going to go straight to attacking, and there's nothing wrong with that, because we'd have to tell her if she was standing next to a trap anyway. And she is going for the deep orc, because she's awesome, and she's not screwing around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gramina pulls out the legendary Spirit Blade and slashes at the orc, hitting it with a critical hit of 3 because she is Gramina, dang it, and you don't mess with her. Critical hit as the first roll. Jeez. You don't screw with Gramina, guys. That orc is dead. It may not be super dead, but it is very dead. She's coming straight out of the gate. She doesn't care one bit. Oh, that's great. Oh, no. Oh, that's wild. Have we already surpassed the cooldown for that? Or was the first redeem not a difficult monster? That's kind of wild. This monster's turn is going to be really interesting. The first was also difficult. Okay, so we must have passed the threshold for the cooldown. Gotcha. Okay, so like I said, on the monster's turn, we will take care of that. We'll be putting the Doom Guard in. We'll be drawing your regular monster, and we'll be doing the... yes, I love the clip. We'll be doing the other difficult monster as well. Okay, so that leaves Thraken to either search for traps or go for that last orc. And they're not doing the trap search thing this quest. They don't care even one bit. 1, 2. Thraken swings his battle axe at the mountain orc, hitting it with a 3. It blocks 1, but still takes 2 points of damage. What's a good thing that 1 in 26 redeemed all those monsters, because the heroes are blasting their way through this with no opposition at all. There is literally no need to search this room for traps. Okay, so Tiaga either can search for traps or treasure. That's or she can cast her demon form, I guess. Okay, so demon form, traps, or treasure. Okay, she's doing the demon form thing. Where's that spell? Here it is. The dice are rigged. There you go. There was lots of chit-chatting. Yeah, 126, that's a good point. Yeah, it took a while to get the quest setup done. Okay, so Tiaga is casting this. She will ignore pit traps and may roll 1 extra attack dice for close and long range attacks. The spell is broken when she suffers any sort of damage. She gets the spell back, however, if she kills any sort of monster. We actually, just in last night's creative stream, we reworded this card to be better. So now the old card, which is what I'm holding, is super annoying. Need to get the new version ordered when we fix all the chaos spells. Okay, so that means Tiaga's getting swapped out with the big old demon, and then we'll just, with her other action, we'll just move her off the stairs. This is the only other thing that she can do. Okay, monster's turn. We wouldn't have had to do anything. Cal says, who's dying? Nobody yet. Actually, we just started, so everybody's doing really good. Nobody's even taken any damage yet. We don't have any names that start with R tonight, so the chat isn't being mean yet. How's it going, Cal? Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, monster turn. 1 in 26 has determined that a small army of monsters has entered the quest. Cal says, oh, bugger. That's great. And I imagine that most of them are going for Tiaga, the pointy ear, right? Now, actually, there's only 1 monster that can attack her, so we'll go ahead and let it be one of the difficult ones. We'll go ahead and stick that Doom Guard in there. Let me review stats on that guy real quick. We don't see them often enough for them to stick in my brain the way some of the other ones do. 5 attack, 5 defense, 5 body points. So 5s across the board. The Doomguard swings its axes at Tiaga, hitting her with a 3. Which she does not block, which would mean that she loses her demon form immediately unless we Dark Wings. You know what? We might as well. Ooh. That's the first time this one has been utilized. Okay, so Dark Wings is the spell that she is going to cast now. Cast the spell on an enemy's turn after you've suffered damage. Reduce that damage to 0 and move instantly to any unoccupied square that you can see. So this is basically just going to save her demon form for one more attack or one more turn, and she'll move over here. Cal says, do not look at the live Moana clips. Oh yeah, I've given up on live Disney movies if they're remakes of animated ones. Not even trying. Cal says, I'm getting over the second infection with medication helping, or someone sent me health potions. Yes! Yeah, you know it. Glad you're starting to feel a little bit better. Sarah says, my sister just went to see that tonight. Poor thing, I'm so sorry for her loss. The only war cry worth doing. Justin says, Darkwing Duck, when there's trouble, you call Darkwing. Yes, you know it. That's great. Okay, 1 in 26. Let me get your other monsters on the board, and then I want you to choose which monster's stats are being increased. Which stat gets chosen randomly, but you can choose which monster. So let's get your other 2 on the board just so that you know what your options are. Is the 5 of clubs something that we can use? Yeah, Scout Mercenary. You keep getting the mercenaries. These are literally the only times we've seen the mercenaries is when we've done this, and I think it's been you every time, right? The one after the pointy-eared one. Gotcha. Okay, so we've got a scout wandering monster entering the quest as well. So let's just have the scout attack Moonstone. I will also need to review her stats. I believe that's a girl, the scout mercenary. 2 attack, 3 defense, and 3 body points. The scout swings its sword at Moonstone, hitting her with a 2. She blocks 1, but not the other, dropping her down to 10 body points. And then we have one more difficult monster, Dread Warrior, Chaos Warrior, Doomguard, Gargoyle, or Ogre. And face cards don't help us here. 4, so that's going to make that a Chaos Warrior. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, Chaos Warrior also attacking Tiaga since she's open, and we'll go ahead and give this one the extra. Sorting office bits, yes. Simple Orc, yeah. We'll go ahead and give this Chaos Warrior an extra stat too. So the possible stats that can be increased are attack, defense, and body points. So we'll just do a low, medium, high draw here. 10 is definitely high, so body points. Now our difficulties, our scaling difficulty already gave that guy an extra body point, so he's got 2. So he is going to have 5 attack, 3 defense, and 5 body points. So let's go ahead and get him attacking as well. Attacking Tiaga, and hitting her again with a 3. I guess our Dark Wings was totally ineffective. And she doesn't defend a single one of those. Ah, that's unfortunate. 1, 2, 3, drops her down to 8 body points and destroys her demon form, at least temporarily. She didn't even get to use it. She's got some healing potions, which is good, but we got to keep her alive too. She's kind of like central to the whole story of this book. Is that as good as a knob? Yeah, maybe. Maybe so. All right, back to the hero's turn, and even though they thought they were going to have an easy turn, they've just discovered a whole bunch of whoops. So let's get going with Moonstone the Druid. I think we are going to start her turn by casting her Shapeshift spell. Shapeshift grants you 1 extra defense dice and 1 extra attack dice close range only. The spell is broken as soon as you suffer 1 body point of damage. Regain the spell when your body points return to their maximum number. So this is similar to Tiaga's Shapeshift, but not exactly the same. I'll replace old Moonstone in there with her bear form. Hey, Rukoro's here. Good to see ya. 126 says, I just remembered I had to go to bed though. I wonder if Az is on something. There you go. Hey, no worries there. He caused some very welcome chaos in the very first room of the quest. Ah, still need graphite. There you go. Okay, now that she's cast that spell, she can attack, and because she's close range, she gets an extra attack dice. So this is going to be her swiping her claws at that scout mercenary, hitting it with a 1. Well, that's basically no help. It doesn't block, but it's also not dead. Or she. I guess that scout mercenary isn't an it, is it? 126 says Savannah is busy. Yes, that is for sure. I imagine she's hoping to come down here and keep painting some goblins while we're playing the quest too, but she's trying to get the kids to go to sleep. Just says, Rukoro, we were talking about usernames, using them in real life, and it occurred to me I have no clue your girlfriend's name. I just know her by her Discord name. That's right, we were talking about that last night. Okay, we got Gramina, and Gramina's got a whole lot of potential targets to try and beat up here. So we should probably get her after the Doom Guard. So we don't need to roll her movement for this because she's guaranteed at least 2. But the Doom Guard is still kind of the biggest threat here, so let's get her after that guy. Gramina swings the Spirit Blade at the Doom Guard, hitting it with a 2. And it blocks 1. Takes the other. Oh, awesome, and Rukoro's on a 7-stream streak. Nice. I think I saw earlier that 1 in 26 was on a 10-stream streak. Was that right? I think I saw that maybe during the intro, or during the void time, maybe. Anyway, thanks, guys. That's awesome. That is super awesome. Let's keep on going with Thraken the Barbarian, who I think we can leave Tiaga by her lonesome right at the moment, I think. We'll get Thraken on the Doom Guard, too. Let's try and get rid of the big bad guy. Whoops. All right. Oh, 1 in 26. I understood. So I just suddenly understood what you were talking about up there. That you had to go to bed and didn't see if Savannah had painted Az on one of the goblins. Because I think I was vaguely awake during her last painting stream because I was not feeling good. But I was awake enough that I think I kind of remember you suggesting painting the word Az on one of the goblins' butts or something. Okay, Thraken swings his battle axe at the Doom Guard and hits it with a 3. And it took all 3. Still not dead, but it took all 3. Thraken's doing the work out here tonight. All right, what do we got going on here? So that's going to take us straight over to Tiaga. And what does she have that she can do on this guy that would help it? So she's got the Rod of Telekinesis, which is an artifact she found on the last quest, which would allow her to force this Chaos Warrior to miss its next turn. We're probably not quite in dire enough straits for that, but it's good to know. Once per quest, she can just like basically cast Tempest on somebody with this Rod of Telekinesis. She's also got that Consuming Flame spell, but again, it's a little early in the quest to be just throwing out every single thing we've got. Let's give her a chance to just do some regular damage. So we're going to move her 1 because she attacks better at long range. And then she's going to send a blast of energy from her Redwood Wand at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. The dice are not on the hero's side tonight, I don't think. Okay, monster's turn. Boy, do we've got some different stuff going on here. So first off, Scout Mercenary on Moonstone. Swings its sword and hits her with a critical hit of 2. She blocks 1, but not the other, dropping her to 9 body points and destroying her shapeshift spell. So the heroes are just not holding on to anything tonight. Okay, next we have the Doom Guard who could attack either Thraken or Gramina, and it is going for Thraken, so it's already facing the right direction. It swings its axes at Thraken hitting him with a 2. But he blocks. Finally, the Chaos Warrior chases after Tiaga, swinging its axe at her. And hitting her with a 3. And again, she doesn't block a single one. Tiaga, what's going on? 1, 2, 3, that drops her down to 5. That's 2 turns in a row. She's got hit with 3 and not defended a single thing. Justin says, don't blame me. I'm a good half hour away, drive away from those dice. This is true. Yeah, you do have the dice curse, that's for sure. Let's see. Can we get any sort of fancier angle on this, I wonder? Oh, that is super disorienting. Don't like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Considering we're going to be filming nothing but this center room for the whole quest, that sure would be neat if we could get the camera to stay at this fancier angle. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, so back to the hero's turn, and we are finding ourselves in a little bit more of a weird situation than I feel like we normally would be. Yeah, we've got some monsters. We've definitely got some monsters going on here. Okay, so let's get Moonstone the Druid is going to again attack this scout. You there is here. You there says still closer than I. Yeah, I bet. I bet. Okay, so unfortunately Moonstone doesn't really have a huge amount she can do here, but just like Tiaga, she attacks better at long range. So we're going to move her 1, and then we're going to shoot a blast of energy at that scout, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. You got to hit harder than 1, guys. We're going to have to start pulling out some stops here already. This is ridiculous. They shouldn't be struggling this hard. All right, moving on to Gramina is going to again attack that Doom Guard. Pulling out the Spirit Blade and taking a swipe, hitting that Doom Guard with a 2. See, Gramina's not having any problem rolling better than 1. The Doom Guard blocked 1, but not the other, and that is actually the Doom Guard dead, just because it was both her and Thraken attacking it. And that is going to leave Thraken to go help somebody else. Now, I think we are going to use Gramina's second action to search this room for traps, and there aren't any. I mean, they've been walking around and it's been fine. So, Thraken, yeah, I think we'll have Thraken attack the Dread or the Chaos Warrior. Maybe. Actually, okay, sorry. I'm being super indecisive right now and it's not any help at all. So, Gramina will get an extra attack dice against the Chaos Warrior because it's undead. So let's get Thraken on that Scout Mercenary, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. He sure did not need 12 movement. Thraken swings his battle axe at the Scout Mercenary, hitting it with a 2. The Scout does not block either hit, which means the Scout is also dead. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon about them struggling. Moonstone and Tiaga are struggling. Thraken and Gramina are not. Gohan says, just tell Gramina to kill it. Exactly. I mean, again, she could probably just go into the quest by herself and be fine. Just because she seems to always get good. She always gets good rolls. It's ridiculous. Gohan says, sorry, I was playing with some records. Oh, no worries there. No worries at all. Okay, Tiaga, suddenly suffering and unable to defend for some reason. She is going to do her normal thing. So we're going to move her away. And she's going to fire at that Chaos Warrior. Totally missing it. As I mentioned, Tiaga and Moonstone are they're really struggling, and I don't know why. That is it for her at the moment. However, I think we are going to use that Rod of Telekinesis. Gohan says, I put a pic of my new one in the Discord. I didn't realize it was fun colored. Oh, nice. I'll have to take a look at that when we're done. My phone is actually the camera that we are currently looking through, so I never see Discord messages when we're playing quests until we're done. Justin says, I'd love to be able to roll a 1. I bet. Just got to pretend you're trying real hard for a high roll, exactly, and then the 1 works. Okay, so Tiaga found this, I think, in the last quest, this artifact. Once per quest, you may use this rod to trap a monster within a magical force. A trapped monster misses its next turn. So we'll go ahead and use that for this particular quest to trap this Chaos Warrior so that it can't hit her, since it seems to be just absolutely destroying her. First room of the quest. And it is an item, so it's not counted as an action for her to use that. We may also... We'll hold off for now. She's got a couple of healing potions, and she already kind of needs one, so we'll hold off for a little bit on that. And it is the monster's turn, but the only monster on the board is the Chaos Warrior trapped by the magical force, so we are back to the hero's turn. Let's see if Moonstone can shoot and get some damage on that Chaos Warrior. Moonstone fires a blast of energy from her Redwood Wand, hitting the Chaos Warrior with a 2. And it doesn't defend either one of those. Not dead, but damaged. Let's not forget that this is, in addition to our difficulty chart, the one that 1 in 26 gave an extra body point to. So this guy's got 5 total body points. Gohan says, I mostly only buy vinyl when it's a fun color, but I didn't even know until I opened it at home that this was one too. Nice. I don't own too much vinyl. The record label that we're on put put an EP of ours on vinyl back in 2018, or 2019 probably, and didn't super care for the quality of it, and so it's kind of turned me off of the whole thing, honestly. One of those weird things. I don't know what they did to it, but whoever cut it did not do an amazing job. 1, 2, 3, Gramina, who's, let's be honest, this guy's still got more than half his health left, but she's gonna kill him. It's Gramina. She swings the Spirit Blade, which is now glowing blue, hitting the Chaos Warrior with a 2. Okay, never mind, that's not enough to kill it, but still. The Chaos Warrior doesn't defend either hit. It would have been dead if not for 1 in 26 gifting it that extra body point. So, there you go. Yeah, Gohan says you hear music weird anyway. Yeah, this is true. I think my fave right now might be the Rush Signals 40th Anniversary Picture Disc. Nice. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, and hearing your own music that way is also weird. You know, I had already spent hours and hours and hours mixing that record. And then to hear it, and it's all hissy, and there's pops and clicks and stuff, it was like, oh, no. I worked and worked and worked for it to not have this stuff. Justin says, thanks to you, I'm on vinyl in a small part. That's true. Yeah. Because you're on the Deliverance cover on that album, right? I can't even remember. Flesh and Blood or something? Definitely not my idea of a great song. But I'm glad we were able to involve fans on that. Okay, Thraken. See if Thraken rolls enough to get over there. That's not enough. 1. Okay, we'll just let him shoot because he didn't roll enough to actually walk over there. Thraken loads up an arrow on a short bow and fires at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 2. It blocks 1, but takes the other one, which means he did manage to defeat it. Ron says, some of the pops and cracks are part of the charm, but you'd really notice when you spent that much time with something. Yeah, 100%. I was used to hearing it in its kind of pristine, digital, I don't want to say perfectness, because it certainly wasn't perfect, but definitely wasn't vinyl sounding, you know? Alright, so that leaves us with Tiaga to be the one to search for treasure then. That's the only thing left on this floor that needs doing is the treasure search. Okay, so let's see what she finds, because I don't think there's anything special on the first floor. Nope. She finds a wandering monster. Okay, it's going to be that kind of quest for the treasure deck, I see. No worries. Okay, we've got a wandering mountain orc attacking Tiaga, swinging its mace, and hitting her with a 1, which she blocks just barely. Okay, now the treasure search was the only thing she's done, so she can actually attack back. We won't have the ability to move her and attack, though, because that would be 2 actions. So she's just going to attack close range, swinging her wooden staff, and hitting that orc with a 1. which it blocks. Monster's turn, but the orc literally just attacked, so we are back to Moonstone, who's going to go ahead and fire at that orc as well. Firing a blast of energy from her wand. She hits the orc with a 1, which it blocks. Guys, you gotta hit harder than 1. Rugor says, more monsters fun. Yeah. Justin says, apparently Slash still uses tape to record. Yeah, a lot of artists do. A lot of artists are trying to do anything they can to avoid the kind of the digital thing and keep everything physical. Whether it be tape or you know, producing things on vinyl, again, is theoretically more pure than digital because you're literally hearing a physical groove that's not digital in any way. Gohan says, I don't have an easy way to play CDs, so vinyl it is. There you go. That's so funny that that's where we're at in society, that CDs used to be the thing, and everybody had like a whole binder of CDs, and now nobody even has a CD player. Nothing has a disc drive anymore. You know what I mean? It's wild. Totally wild how to watch things progress like this. I think to play a CD, I'd have to use an older PS or Xbox. Yeah. Yep. Both of our vehicles still have CD players in them, but we're like right on the edge. So I think our newer vehicle is a 2015. So it's like the very next year or something, that particular make of vehicle didn't have CD players. So we're like right on the edge.
Your mom doesn't have a CD player?
Huh?
Your mom doesn't have a CD player in her car?
I was talking about me and you.
I know, but your mom has a year newer than us, doesn't
Oh,
she?
no.
Oh.
Yes, hers is newer than ours, but it doesn't have a CD player.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, I thought it did.
Sarah's car has one too. Good. And we got another wandering monster. We're never leaving this first floor, guys. This first floor is where we live now. Okay, so Moonstone also tried and failed to hit that orc, so I guess we'll just move her back to the stairs. I mean, what else is there to do on this floor? 1, 2, and 3. We'll put her there, and we need to get the wandering monster there that 126 got. The 3 of the hearts is an ocean goblin. Like you triggered one of those in the last quest too. And he did good for being an ocean goblin too. This drawer is all messed up. Okay, ocean goblin. Gohan says, last car I had with a CD player was 2017. There you go. Yeah, we've got a 2010 vehicle and a 2015 vehicle. Ocean Goblin immediately attacks, hitting Tiago with a 1, which she blocks. Okay, it's Gramina's turn, so I guess we'll just... Actually, she doesn't even need to move here because the Spirit Blade attacking a non-undead monster is the same dice as her shooting. So we'll just let her go ahead and shoot at that orc. Firing an arrow from her crossbow, she hits the orc with a 1. It doesn't block, but it's still not dead. That's kind of surprising. Gohan says, my 21 Forte didn't even have Sirius in it. Wow. Oh no. 126 says, great news, Maui got to keep his nips. Yeah, I think I saw something online earlier about them going through and digitally editing out his nipples in every shot, which would have been absolutely ridiculous. Did they not end up doing that then? Imagine putting that on your resume. Extensive experience in nip removal, digital nip removal. Okay, now Gramina's got another action, but I don't know what she's gonna do unless we also move her to the stairs. So let's go ahead and see if we can get Thraken up to that orc. What is with his movement rolls? Okay, in that case, I'm not gonna move him. We're just gonna let him shoot at the goblin. Actually, he can just attack the goblin. He did get enough to do that. Swings his battle axe, hitting the goblin with a 3, which is a skilled strike on a goblin, and that goblin is super dead. 4. No, it didn't. 4? Is that right? 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I guess it is. Okay. The wig is questionable. Yeah. Yeah, he does not look good with the long Maui hair. I don't think he looks enough like Maui for them to have cast him. I mean, I know why they did, but they just shouldn't have made it. They shouldn't have made a live action remake is what they should have done. His legs are sore, that's all. Yeah, they must be, Rukuro. I think you're right. And Sarah's got the super dead emote, absolutely. All right, it is Tiaga's turn, and this time we're gonna have her move back one and fire at that orc. Maybe she can kill it, which would be nice because she'll get her demon form back. She fires a blast of energy at the orc, hitting it with a 1. And believe it or not, it doesn't block, and because it was already damaged, that means that orc is dead. Which means that she was also able to consume its essence and regain the ability to cast demon form. Very nice. Gohan says, with having no kids and no longer with my toddler teacher ex-wife, I haven't been as entrenched in the Disney stuff. Yeah, and I don't know if that's good or not anymore. Yeah. Uther says, way too soon for a live-action remake. It hasn't even been 50 years, which should be the minimum. Totally agree. Yeah, 100%. 50 years should be the minimum. If they're even going to do it at all. I don't know that there's been a single live-action remake that even came near standing up to the animation version. So just stop. Just stop. The box office sales should be telling you, just stop. Okay, so we're no monsters on the board. We are back to Moonstone. However, she's already on the stairs and ready to go for the next thing. Which means let's get Gramina over to the stairs. We just need to get everybody back on the stairs now. Oh no, I've dropped Gramina. There you go. Thraken, yeah, I guess Thraken technically didn't even need to roll to get back on, and neither does she. And don't make live action when it's still animated. Yeah. Cough, Lion King, cough. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why were they calling that a live action remake? Yeah. Rukor says live action remakes are hit or miss. Gramina's gonna hunt you down. Yeah, that's no kidding. We didn't, I remember we watched Beauty and the Beast when it came out, and we didn't totally hate that one. But even it wasn't as good as the animated version, so just stop. Okay, so now that all the heroes have returned to the stairs, we move up to level 2, which includes a couple of bookshelves. They are both facing away from the camera, but they are here and here. Bookshelves. Justin says, How to Train Your Dragon live action was good. That's fair. That's fair. That wasn't Disney, I don't think. But you're right.
You know why it was good? Because the guy who wrote it and made the cartoon was involved in it.
Yes. Yep, the actual creator of that universe and I think the director of the original movies was like heavily involved in that remake, which is exactly why they couldn't have, even if they had changed it all, you wouldn't have been able to argue. I mean, you could argue that you liked it less, but when it's the actual creator doing it, I mean, you know. Gohan says, bring back hand-drawn animation. What an era to grow up in. Yes. Sarah liked the Lilo and Stitch live action. Wow. I didn't watch that, but I heard nothing but bad things, and like I said, I've already sworn off of them, so I don't give them time of day. I already know I'm gonna dislike them. So I didn't even bother. Okay, that is actually all that we can see in this particular level right at the beginning. So like I said, the heroes do have to move off the stairs before they can do anything. So starting here with Moonstone, she needs to step off the stairs, but once she does that, is she going to search for traps or treasure? And she's going treasure. So Moonstone uses her first action to move a square, and her second action to search for treasure. Ooh, there is a note here. Okay, but it's not to do with treasure searches. And she finds a wandering monster. Let's say all the wandering monster cards are at the bottom of the deck, I guess. I'm kind of glad it's just a mountain orc in this quest, because that would have gotten real ridiculous real fast. All right, Moonstone. The mountain orc swings its axe, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks just barely. And those were both her actions there. Oh yeah. Oh, I've missed a few things here. I scroll up and just see about 1 million of me blowing my nose. I love it. I love it. Johan says, I don't think I've watched a single live action. Yeah, we haven't watched many of them. It didn't take many. Frasca's back. Oh, baby woke up acting buck wild. Yep. I remember those days all too well. The Minecraft movie was good, yeah. Or Minecraft mod was good. I see. So it's probably to do with the How to Train Your Dragon thing. Yeah, yeah. Uther says, I haven't given any live action remakes the time of day. Don't really care if they're better or worse or the same. Just tell a new story. Agreed. Yep. Yep. I think the film industry is a little too obsessed with remaking stuff, just kind of in general. Rebooting, remaking, retelling. Make new stuff. Rukora says, monsters just hanging on the ceilings or something. Yeah. John says, I remember seeing Aladdin at drive-in double feature. That's one that I definitely did not watch. Oh, and Sarah and Justin's baby also woke up recently. Woo! No fun. Okay, Gramina, are we searching for traps or are we attacking the orc? It's Gramina. What do you guys think? She's definitely attacking the orc, right? I mean, there's no questions there. Gramina swings at the orc, hitting it with a 2. And naturally and unsurprisingly quickly dispatching it before it can do any more damage, because she's Gramina, and you don't mess with Gramina. Yeah, if me not watching it is any indication. Yeah. Frasca says, yeah, remake stuff is normally awful. I will watch literally almost any movie with an original story. Yeah. And I keep seeing articles from people in the industry saying that the reason they never make new stories is because they do bad at the box office, and the thing that makes them money is remakes, which is why they keep doing it. But I'm like, but then why is it that every time I see them talk about how much particularly one of the Disney live action remakes makes, they're talking about how it tanked, totally tanked, and everybody hated it, and it was a disaster. Yeah. Justin says, Aerith is a perfect baby and would never keep my wife up all night. Sarah's pulling her all your legs. Sure. But says people are attracted to things they recognize. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Totally true. Okay, so the only thing that's left to do is search for traps on this level. Now, here's the other thing. So I think most players would be like, well, we've already done everything. We've searched for treasure. And there's no monsters, so we go back to the stairs. However, they will not be allowed to move up just yet. So somebody does indeed need to search for traps. So let's just give Thraken the ability to do that. We'll just move him off one and have him search for traps. Frasca says, I'm a horror fan. You only get about 1 in 20 good anymore. Ouch. Go ahead. Han says, games have had the remaster remake thing going forever. Yeah, very true. Okay, there are no traps on this floor other than the bookshelves are an illusion, and searching for traps immediately gets rid of the illusion. And behind these bookshelves is a whole line of monsters. We've got 2 mountain goblins, two wasteland orcs. The wasteland monsters were raised in things like mesas or deserts, so they have much tougher skin. They're not very quick, but they have high defense. And then on the outer corners, we have a deep goblin and a goblin archer. The one that I saved out from painting.
See what you did?
The monsters then immediately attack. The heroes may then complete their turn. Okay, that's what I thought. So these act as wandering monsters right off the bat. Okay, now nobody can attack Tiaga. The stairs are kind of a safe place in this particular quest. The heroes can't do anything from them, and they can't have anything done to them from them. So it's only these 3 that we're worried about getting monsters up to and attacking. The Wasteland Orcs, let me review their movement. Only 3 squares, so they may not even get anywhere. 1, 2, 3. This one managed to get to Gramina. Swinging its cleaver and missing her, because you can't hit Gramina. 1, 2, 3. This one is swinging a cleaver at Thraken, hitting him with a 2. He blocks one, but not the other. dropping him to 12 body points because he's been building his Constitution skill set clearly. Oh, gosh, I've missed a whole bunch of stuff. 126 says, have you tried Horror Babble on YouTube? I'm re-going through their vids. I'm just in need of something a bit more thoughtful these days. Yeah, I've never been a huge horror fan, just me personally. As I don't necessarily like being scared. I can get that thrill from the disasters of everyday life, I think. Frasca says, nah, what is it? Last dive in Joe Bob Briggs guy. Oh, nice. That's why I love the adventures of Elliot and looking forward to the new 2D HD Final Fantasy. Use old styles to make new things. Yes. Yep, 100%. Rukoro says, well then. And Gohan says, I can hit Gramina. I'm jumping back and forth so hard between Gohan and Gohan. I'm trying to make my brain say it right. Frasca says, what? They do readings of horror books for free. Oh, nice. What kind of movies you like? It's weird. I'll be honest. I don't dislike movies, but I don't know that I have really a favorite type. Oh my gosh, more monsters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I did like the Lord of the Rings movies, stuff like the Back to the Future movies. Gosh, I like plenty of movies, but I can't think. You know what I mean? The Goblin attacks Moonstone there, hitting her with a 1. But I don't know that I have like a favorite genre of movie. The band, 1, 2, 3, my band Afterwinter was lucky enough to be asked to do an interview for a European magazine recently, and what's your favorite movie or movie series was one of the questions, and I couldn't give him an answer. I couldn't answer that question. I'm glad one of the other band members spoke up, because I couldn't answer that question. I don't have one. I don't know why. It's weird. It's not that I dislike movies. It's not that at all. Yeah. Rukora says, as if we need more monsters. Yeah. Justin says, Holy Grail is the only movie people ever need. Yes. Gohan says, that's how I am when people ask my favorite game. I prefer comedy movies, but I'm open. Yeah, I do like comedy movies as well. I like to laugh, that's for sure. The Deep Goblin we're just going to leave there. So the Deep Goblins don't move very fast, and he actually can't get to anybody anyway, because again, he can't do anything to Tiago while she's on the stairs. The Goblin Archer, though, can totally hit either Thraken or Gramina, and it's going to be Gramina. So the Goblin Archer's throwing a boomerang there at Gramina. Big mistake. Yeah, and he missed, because she ducked.
Or it just went over her head.
It just went over her head, Savannah says. Gohan says, I generally just say if it's a Kevin Smith movie, it's a favorite. There you go. That's a good way to just clear it all right off the bat. I like older comedy movies. Not like super old necessarily, but older a little bit better than newer ones. I feel like we entered a level of like dumb comedy that's just, it just doesn't connect with me at all. Like think Superbad. I remember the guitarist in the band I was in at the time when Superbad was new told me that it was one of the greatest movies ever made and that I needed to go watch it immediately. So I went out and bought it, and I'm pretty sure my IQ lowered by several points, and I've fewer times in my life have I hated a movie more than that. Rukora says, totally just need the Black Knight. He's invincible with a flesh wound. Yes. Justin says, Monty Python and the Holy Grail is a timeless classic. I'm never like, oh, let's not watch this. Yeah, I love all the Monty Python stuff. I've got a lot of the Flying Circus. I've got the Holy Grail and the Life of Brian and oh crud, The Meaning of Life. Absolutely fantastic. Gohan says, I never saw Superbad. Half-Baked wasn't that funny. Yeah, it's probably similar humor. Pineapple Express was stupid. Again, I imagine that's similar humor.
It's stoner movies that you don't like.
Yeah, the Savannah's pointed out a good point. She says it's stoner movies that I don't like. Yeah, that's true. That kind of like dumb comedy where it's funny because they're dumb. You know? Okay, now that was actually Thraken. So Thraken's got a move left. Thraken searched for traps and triggered this whole mess. And we need to get another monster in there. We're going to wait for a second on that because none of the heroes are open. We actually can't put a monster down in a place that it could attack a hero. And I should probably stop getting distracted with all the extra monsters that keep coming in here. We're never going to finish this quest. Okay, so Thraken can use his other action to go ahead and attack this Wasteland Orc. Swinging its battle axe and only hitting it with a 1. These orcs have better defense than normal. It still didn't block, though. Oh, and Gohan says that's how I feel about Liar Liar, replying to Justin saying that Monty Python is a timeless classic. Yes, Liar Liar is a fantastic movie. And I had never seen that before I got with Savannah.
You had it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, I know. There's so many movies that are like that, though.
Yeah.
I don't remember why I bought Liar Liar, but you're right. I had it before we met.
Yeah.
But there are so many movies that she was like, have you ever seen this? And I'm like, mm-mm. And she's like, what's wrong with you? I can practically recite Liar Liar word for word. I've seen it so much. Oh, that's great. Weird because I do partake, but I'm not a fan of the bands or movies associated with that activity. Yeah, it just gets to be a little too much. I don't do anything that dims the mind at all, and I don't judge anybody that does. It's not anything like that. But I don't. I'm too much of a control freak to do anything that might cause me to do something I wouldn't otherwise do. Right, that takes us to Tiaga, who just straight up hasn't even left the staircase yet. So like I mentioned, she can't do anything until she does, so we might as well do this. We'll let her shoot at that deep goblin since it's right there. Firing with her redwood wand. Hits it with a 2. And it doesn't block. Dead. No judgment at all. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Don't care at all. Okay, monster's turn, but all these monsters already attacked on this turn cycle, so we are actually right back to Moonstone, also attacking that goblin. Now, Moonstone would benefit from moving away from the goblin, but she's kind of locked in there. So she can't go anywhere where she could attack harder. So she's just going to be swinging her wooden staff at the goblin, missing it. Good job, Moonstone. John says, I'm going to go with the flow person, and I do a bit of it, but I try not to make it my personality. Yeah, I imagine that's the way to go. Justin says, Grandma's Boy gets a pass on non-typically caring for stoner comedies. Grandma's Boy is goated, though. There you go. I don't think I've seen that one. Okay, so Moonstone missed and was totally useless, so that's it for that. Gramina. Gramina's actually totally surrounded here, isn't she? Let's have her attack the harder hitting monster. She swings the Spirit Blade and hits that orc with a critical hit of 3 because she's Gramina, and of course she did. That orc doesn't defend a single thing because it wouldn't dare. It is dead. Gramina didn't even actually hit it. She was just like, you, die. And then the orc was like, yes, ma'am.
It was like that scene in Austin Powers where they make that guy lay down.
Oh, yeah. The scene in, I think that's Goldmember, the Austin Powers movie,
Yeah.
where Austin Powers' dad is just like, why don't you just lay down? Do you know who I am? Do you know how many anonymous henchmen I've killed? Yeah. Yes, Goat says it's a good one with Doris Roberts. How could you not? Oh. They see Gramina and they just give up. Exactly. And Rukoro with the critical hit emote. Yes. Okay, now she could move, but I don't think it's really to her benefit to do so. So we'll just go ahead and leave her there. She's still surrounded by monsters. She's right where she wants to be. Thraken. Giving another swing to that Wasteland Orc. Swinging his battle axe and hitting it with a 3. That orc was already damaged too. So it blocked 1, but it still took 2. It is dead. And finally, we have Tiaga, who I think we are going to have, she's going to go ahead and recast her demon form. So turning back into the demon, allowing her to skip pit traps and also attack a little bit harder. She's going to fire a blast of energy at that goblin archer in the corner there. Only hitting it with a 1, which is unfortunate. The goblin doesn't defend, but it's also not dead. Yeah, Gohan says that critical glare is her new ability. She looks, they drop. I think the overall story for Grandma's Boy just makes it amazing regardless of it being a stoner movie. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, see, if it's got a smart story and it's still just legitimately funny, totally. If, like, the point of the comedy isn't, look how dumb these idiots are, you know? Like, I don't know, something about that just doesn't connect for me. Okay, we got the Wandering Monster we still need to do. Let's, this was Sarah's Wandering Monster. The King of Diamonds is, I'm looking at the wrong thing, an Ice Femmer. Probably needless of explanation, ice monsters are from the frozen Northland, which we will be visiting in, I believe, Book 6. Or, no, Book 8. Let's see what the stats are on these guys, because we also don't see them very often. They're very fast. They have higher defense, but lower body points. So 3 attack, 4 defense, 2 body points, this guy. And let's see. We'll put this guy in front of Thraken, I think. That's probably the way to go there. Swinging attacks at Thraken. It hits him with a critical hit of 3. He blocks 2 and loses 1, dropping him to 11 body points. Very nice, very nice. Justin says, it's a movie about these game testers and stuff they get into. It's really funny. I believe it's a Happy Madison movie, but Adam Sandler's not in it. Oh, okay. Ron says, yeah, it's got the usual suspects for a Happy Madison production. Nice. Okay, this is the monster's turn. Okay, so the Ice Femmer just attacked, but everybody else gets to attack now. So Goblin on Moonstone misses her. Okay. Goblin on Gramina misses her. Jeez. And the Goblin Archer could theoretically hit anybody except Moonstone. And she is going for... Come on, give me a card we can use. No way. Okay, she's actually going for Tiaga. Or the Goblin Archer. I don't know what I'm talking about. I should go to bed. What is ridiculous? This is... I'm going to stop talking. Okay. Jeez. I'm losing it, guys. I'm beginning to not function anymore, just kind of generally speaking. The Goblin Archer tosses a boomerang at Tiaga, hitting her with a critical hit of 2 because, of course, she would lose the demon form. And she doesn't block a single one. That's exactly how her quest has been going. She has dropped to 3 body points and breaks the demon form again. Gosh. Oh, geez. We definitely need to get her a potion of healing. She's got a couple. We don't need to worry about it, but it's kind of ridiculous how much she's just not defending, you know? Yes. Gohan says, stream's over. Luke was muted by the big bad guy. Yeah. Justin says, the music is loud. Does it scare you? No, I don't like techno. You would if you had robot ears. There you go. And you there says, I did nothing. Nope. Nope, this is just my brain refusing to function. It's been a long couple of weeks. Okay, so we are back to the hero's turn. Moonstone is again going to try and attack that goblin in the back there, swinging her wooden staff and hitting it with a 1. And it takes the hit, but it is not dead. That is all she has managed to do to it so far. And you know what? I think we're going to go ahead and use her Pixie spell. So she's going to cast Pixie on herself. This spell conjures a pixie who can do one of the following: restore up to 2 lost body points, or reveal all traps and secret doors in any room or corridor in your line of sight. We are going to restore the 2 lost body points only because this does restore her to her maximum health, which gives her the ability to cast Shapeshift again. Now we're going to hold off on actually doing that, although she has the Wand of Magic, so she could, but since we already attacked, we should have done that first. I should have thought about that a little harder. Okay. Gramina. Let's just keep on trucking on the goblin that she's looking at there. So Gramina swings the Spirit Blade, hitting that goblin with a 1. The goblin didn't defend, but not dead. So this one's a little bit more strong-willed. It's not willing to just lay down and die because she shouts at it, unfortunately. And then that takes us to Thraken with the Ice Femur. Rukor says nothing yet. Go on, says I was going to say Zangar, but can't remember if that's even close. Oh, Zargon is what you're thinking of. Bear form good? Yes. If you play optimally, then it's not as fun or random. True. Gramina does not have a dragon shout. Got it. Yeah. True. Okay, yeah, so Thraken attacking ye old Ice Femur just there. Swinging his battle axe. He hits it with a 2, and even though we just looked at its stats, I've forgotten already. 3 attack, 4 defense, 2 body points. So let's see if it defends these 2 hits. It does not. The Femur not doing a single thing. Get out of here. That is 1 dead Ice Femur. Or Femir. Or Fimir. Or Fimir. All right, let's keep on going here. We have Tiaga again, who right off the bat, we're drinking a potion of healing with her because she apparently has forgotten how to defend. So we're drinking a potion of healing. 1, 2, 3, 4, taking her back up to 7 body points. And then we're going to have her shoot at that goblin archer again. Firing a blast of energy from her wand, she hits that archer with a 1, which it doesn't defend. And because it was damaged already from the previous turn, it is dead. And in consuming its essence, she regains the ability to cast her demon form spell. Good. Getting them down bit by bit. Bye, Femir. Yes. Okie dokie. Monster's turn. Goblin on Moonstone. Hits her with a 1, which she blocks just barely. Goblin on Gramina. Misses. You know, lots of monsters on this quest have attacked Gramina, but she has not had to defend even once. Gohan says Demon Bear for fusion. Yes. just says Femir. And Rukoro says Demon Bear would be a scary thing. Yeah, it would. Absolutely. Okay, so since both the monsters were totally useless on this turn, which is kind of ridiculous, we will have Moonstone go ahead and again, let's have her do her shapeshift. Putting her back in her bear form, which gives her an extra attack dice as long as she's close. It also gives her an extra defense dice. She swipes her claws at the goblin, hitting it with a critical hit of 3. Now see, that's what you should have done in the first place. That is a critical hit, a skilled strike, and that goblin is super dead. And that would have been the case even if it hadn't already been damaged. Hansa just says rawr. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and Gramina, surely we can get Gramina to clear off her side of this as well. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to have to re-roll that. She's got the Spirit Blade. I'm used to rolling 4 because of all the undead we had in the last book. That is not correct. She only rolls 3. She swings the Spirit Blade, hitting that goblin with a 1. And it doesn't defend. This time, killing it. Okay, we've already searched everything on this floor, so let's get back to the stairs. Gramina's second action can be movement. And she goes here. Then on Thraken's turn, we can also get him moving. Tiaga's turn, to the stairs, back to Moonstone, to the stairs, and we move up a floor. Yes, super dead. Love it. She needs a break. There you go. Yeah. Okay, and we move up to level 3 of the Great Stairwell, where we find a table. We'll go ahead and put a carpet under this table because this area is not all that old. We got a table on the carpet. And there is also 2 mountain orcs in this room. This room's a little bit simpler than some of the last ones have been, perhaps. Orc here. Orc here. Just says, now I'm going to take 60 30-second breaks. It's great. God says she poked it with her knife like, please just go away. Yeah. Okay, Moonstone's turn was just ended, so it is Gramina's turn first. Is she searching for traps or is she attacking an orc? Oh, what a silly question. Now she attacks the same whether she's close range or long range, so it almost seems a little strange to move her up there. But I do feel like Gramina is a close range kind of girl. So let's get her up there. Gramina swings the Spirit Blade at the orc. Missing. Interesting. What is it about this orc that has caused the great Gramina to miss? Thraken the Barbarian. Traps or monsters? He's also going for monsters. Now he can't get to this orc unless he's going to shoot at it. He only got 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He didn't get enough to get to the other guy. So I guess 1, 2, 3, we'll just have him shoot a bow across the table. Yes, Rukuro says, just think, being a monster and a random bear comes up the stairs. Yeah. Gohan says she prefers close range. A crush. Yes, bears in games are crazy. He's cute. Yeah. Okay, Thraken loads up an arrow and a short bow and fires across the table at the mountain orc, hitting it with a 1, which it does not defend. Not dead, though. Tiaga. That's right, she's got her demon form, but she can only move and attack or move and cast a spell. So I guess we'll move and attack. We'll just move her 1 off the stairs. Actually, is she going to search for traps? Nope. Okay, is she... Okay, which orc is she attacking? Sorry, my brain is just simply not functioning. She's going to go for the orc up at the top. Sending a blast of energy with her wand, she hits it with a 2. It blocks 1 and takes the other. There we go. God, that's fireball! It needed to buffer for a second. Yeah, no kidding. Great. Okay, monster's turn. We have, of course, got both of these orcs. Let's take care of the one on Gramina first. It swings its sword, hitting her with a 1. This is going to be the first time all quests that she's had to defend. And she doesn't. This orc has her all sorts of flustered. This drops her to 11 body points. It's kind of wild. And the other orc, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, attacks Thraken, swinging its flail. And missing. Huh. This is a weird quest. This is a weird quest. Okay, we are now at Moonstone, and really she needs to be close range somewhere. So let's go 1, 2. And she's going to swing her claws at this orc, hitting it with a 1, which it does not block, which means it is indeed dead through chip damage. If you get a free hand, can you kill that heater? Now this RC has a crush on Thraken, yes! And Gohan's got the massive nose blowing. Yeah! How did you do that? How did you make it that big? Is that another, like, channel point redeem thing? That is amazing. Oh, with bits! Nice! Well, much appreciated. Gigantify an emote. Okay, I've seen that one. I couldn't remember if it was channel points or bits that did that. But I wondered if that's what it was. That's great. Okay, we're now at Gramina. So let's see if she can get rid of her, her orc buddy here. Swinging the Spirit Blade at the orc, she misses. Weird. This orc must be really cute. Gohan says, still have some from my dollar's worth of ad revenue. Nice. We hit the payout threshold for the first time last night, but I think it automatically put it into spendable balance, so I haven't set something up right. But that was exciting to see that. Okay. Missing, yeah, she missed again. That's so weird. So I would prefer to have Thraken get up close to that orc, but I don't know if he's going to roll enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Nope, he still wouldn't. Okay, so we'll just have him shoot from where he is. Loading up another arrow in his short bow, he fires at the orc, hitting it with a 2. And it does not defend, meaning, unfortunately, Thraken has killed Gramina's boyfriend. What a beautiful romance, based on violence and murder, ended too short. It says I should stream again just to have some money to spend here. There you go. And go ahead and says, woo, I have 2 spendable dollars. Woo! It's like you're rich or something. Okie dokie. So then somebody just needs a treasure search, and we'll let Thraken be the one to do that because he still has an action. So let's see what Thraken finds. Let me just make sure there's no special treasure here. He finds a spring-loaded mechanism, which he accidentally triggers. It crushes a glass vial and showers him in a stinging purple liquid. It's poison. Roll 1 combat dice. If it lands on a skull, you lose 1 body point. On any other result, you are unharmed. And he is indeed negatively affected by the poison, taking a body point of damage and dropping him to 10. All that Final Fantasy IV last week, yeah. Justin says, that's most marriages in my state. Yeah, based on violence and death. Yes. Rukora says, streaming was fun. Diablo 3 was a nice time. Oh, awesome. Yes. If I was ever to become a video game streamer, then my only draw would be how bad I am at it. It would be funny to watch how bad I am, I have to imagine. All right, let's get back on the stairs. So Tiaga is the first one who is headed towards the stairs. And she's still, she can recast her demon form. We might as well do that. It's easy enough for her to get it back. It's much easier for her to get demon form back than it is for Moonstone to get shapeshift back. So there's kind of no reason for her to not be in it most of the time. So action 1, cast a spell. Action 2, movement. And then we are back to Moonstone, Gramina, 1, 2, and Thraken, 1, 2. And we can remove everything from this part of the map. And we are moving up to level 4, which is the storeroom. In here we have a fireplace and a cupboard. And also 2 mountain goblins. An ocean orc, which again, ocean monsters, very fast, but not very hard hitting. And a dread warrior. There we go. Someone says, one day I'll get a few people to hang out in my stream. Until then, I push along. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Consistency. The more you do it, the more people get curious, and then the more people hang out. I wish I had more time to do that. I would love to hang out in other people's streams more often. I'm at work so often. Justin says, I don't got to worry about violence in my marriage, though. Sarah kicked me enough as children to last a lifetime. I have shins of steel now. There you go. Gohan says, Sarah, get him. I missed the finale of Gramina and the Orc. Oh, guess I'll have to catch the rerun. Justin says, Thraken got jealous and killed the orc. Yeah, he did. He shot it across the way. Gramina missed it 2 turns in a row. Thraken killed it. Okay, here we are. So, what did we do? It was Thraken that got on the stairs last, so it's actually Tiaga's turn first. Okay, so she probably ought to be working on that Dread Warrior before she loses that demon form again, which she will. Because it's going to be her turn and then immediately the monster's turn. She can't do anything unless she steps off the staircase, which makes her vulnerable. Yeah, there is actually nothing we can do about this because I don't want to just straight up skip her turn. Consuming Flame might actually be slightly smarter on her part. Okay. Unfortunate, but true. She moves off the stairs. Okay, here's a good... We're going to set her here. She can still fire at the Dread Warrior, but it limits the amount of spaces that monsters can attack. So, she fires a blast of demonic energy at the Dread Warrior. Ooh, dice got stuck. Hitting it with a 2. It blocks one and takes the other. She was really crushing hard. Yeah, no kidding. Hopefully she shakes it off. Rugora says a demon and a bear coming up the stairs is even more crazy. Yeah, these monsters are like, what in the world is happening right now? Justin says she'll be all right. She's Gramina after all. Gohan says now make it a demon bear and Gramina and the boss just poops his pants. Yeah. Or her or their. Pants will be pooped in. Exactly. That's great. All right, monster's turn here. Now keep in mind again, the stairs are a kind of safe place in this quest. Nobody can attack any of these, but Tiaga is unfortunately gonna get a little bit surrounded. So we've got a goblin on her right off the bat. Goblin swings the dagger, hitting her with a 1. Which of course she doesn't block, because why would she? She's totally forgotten how to block. This destroys her demon form for the billionth time tonight. I didn't think 1 was too much to ask for, but I guess so. Okay, and then any of these other 3 monsters could get to her. They all, the Ocean Orc is very fast. The Goblin, Mountain Goblins are pretty fast. Dread Warriors are pretty fast. So which one is going for her? It's going to be the other Goblin. 1, 2, 3, 4. Justin's gifted a potion of restoration. For Tiaga, gotcha. I will put that in her inventory for now because she's bound to need it. Mark it as a gift. Okay. The other goblin swings its sword and misses her. Okay. That is wild. Okay, and that takes us back to Moonstone, who is in her shape-shifted form. If we could get her over there to the Dread Warrior, that's probably the best use of her. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, plenty. She swings her claws at the Dread Warrior, hitting it with a 1. And it doesn't block. Of course, still not dead. I wonder why she can't hardly get more than a 1 tonight. It's funny how, we talked about this before, but how the dice end up creating consistencies when they shouldn't. Like the whole point of the dice is to have randomness, but that ends up creating consistencies like Gramina missing that 1 orc over and over. It's so weird. Gohan says, I need 1 too. I'm so tired. Yeah, same, man. Same. I think I could sleep for a week straight right now. Let's get Gramina. Actually, Thraken would be the best one to also be attacking that Dread Warrior. Maybe we set Gramina on one of these goblins just to help out Tiaga and give her a tiny bit of a break. Gramina swings the Spirit Blade, hitting that goblin with a 2. It does not block, reminding us once again that she is still Gramina. This Baja Blast didn't do enough. It Baha'd, but it didn't blast for very long. I haven't had one of those in a long time. I need to get one of those. They give me heartburn. That's why I stopped drinking them. Yeah, everything gives me heartburn. I got heartburn from drinking a water the other day. Thraken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thraken is swinging his battle axe at the Dread Warrior, hitting it with a 2. And it blocks 1 and takes 1. They're chip damaging this guy down. He's still not dead. I'm hooked on the new Midnight one. Yes, same. Pitch Black was still my favorite Mountain Dew of all time. And I feel like the Baja Midnight is just enough similar that I want it all the time. But I also hate our local Taco Bell with a burning passion. So I don't know when the next time I will manage to get one of those. And finally, Tiaga can hopefully finish off this goblin to get her demon form back for the gazillionth time. So we're going to move her and let her send a blast of energy at that mountain goblin, hitting it with a 1, so definitely not killing it. And it blocked that one. Tiaga's having a bad night. Justin says, oh, by the way, Luke, you still got an open invite to come play games with us if you want. I think we're starting a new campaign. Nice. I appreciate that. Hopefully one of these days I'll be able to make it out for one. These next couple of weeks are bad. I mean, just terrible. There's too much going on. I've got too much going on, as made obvious by my inability to speak. My brain is everywhere all at once, and I feel like I'm not present anywhere that I am. Gohan says, I think my bad Taco Bell cleaned house finally, or I've been very lucky these past couple times. Good, nice. Rukora says, I like the one from Casey's being overdrive. I don't remember if I've had that one. We have a Casey's here. I need to try that. Have I? Well, see, I don't. Well, it must not have been that great for me then, or I remember having it. I don't know. Right, I can picture it. I just couldn't think of how it tasted. I don't remember. Justin says, I'm so mad Pitch Black is gone. They did a vote thing between it and Baja Blast, and Baja won, but we could have had both. Sure, you'd have to go to Taco Bell, but it's available. Yeah. Uh-huh. Gohan says, KFC has their own Mountain Dew, right? The Sweet Lightning thing, right? Tastes like those peach ring gummies. Yeah. So I'm not a big fan of KFC either. So I don't have that one very often.
Raspberry lime and mango. Citrus.
Weird. Yeah, Pitch Black was my favorite of all time. Pitch Black was great. It was back there for a little while. There was a period of time that I worked at Dollar General, and the Pepsi guy asked me one time, what's your what kind of Pepsi stuff do you like? And I was like, oh dude, Pitch Black #1. Pitch Black is #1. And he made sure that thing was stocked. There were days that I'd buy out every bit of Pitch Black that he would stock in there. Remember when Baja Blast was only at Taco Bell? Yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah, I sure remember. Supernova was my all-time fave, but it lost the vote to Voltage. Yeah, yep. I liked Supernova too. Totally agree. I did not like Voltage. I'll get one every once in a while if I'm feeling weird. But Supernova was the one that should have won that one. Same. I don't remember which ones were in the vote with Whiteout, but Whiteout was my least favorite of those too, and that's the one that won. Justin says, I'm also mad Supernova didn't win. We spent so much time voting on it in high school. Yes. Yes. Voltage hits with a specific spot, and I agree with having it once in a while. Yeah. That one kind of upsets my stomach too. I'm not sure what it is. Rukora also agrees Supernova was nice. Yeah, that's right. We've got the Mountain Dew stuff figured out, guys. Don't worry about a thing. Monster's turn here. So let's get this goblin is going to follow Tiaga around, swinging a dagger and hitting her with a critical hit of 2, and I bet you some actual money here that she's not going to defend a single thing. Okay, well, she defended 1. She's down to 5 there. Finally, I swear people never remember Supernova. No, I totally remember that one. I was working at Walmart at the time, so I had easy access to it. Ocean Orc, attacking Thraken, swinging his axe, and hitting him with a critical hit of 2. He defended 1, but not the other, dropping him to 9. And finally, the Dread Warrior, which is going to attack Moonstone, swinging its mace and hitting her with a 1.
Casey's has got a new Mountain Dew exclusive,
which she doesn't block, dropping her to 10 and destroying her shapeshift. 4 dice. Gosh. There's a new Casey's exclusive?
Blackberry Citrus.
Blackberry Citrus.
And it's black.
Ooh.
Look at it.
Huh. I mean, I'll try it, but that sure doesn't sound good. Gohan says it came back as a diet for a bit, but didn't last. Interesting. I don't remember that. That's kind of cool. Justin says, we are the Mountain Dew equivalent of those people who know every wine. Yeah. Gohan says, just blind taste test every Mountain Dew flavor ever.
They're getting rid of Overdrive.
Oh, they're getting rid of Overdrive.
Yeah, and replacing it with Blackberry Citrus.
Interesting. Rukoro says it's like Purple Color, the new one from Casey's. Gotcha.
Yes, it's like...
That's what Pitch Black was, too. Is it like kind of black, kind of purple? Not had that one myself, yeah. I need to go check that out. Gohan says, I was willing to put up with the diet taste just to have Supernova. Yeah, I bet.
That's what it looks like.
Interesting. Yeah, that's very purple, but then the label is green.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, back to the hero's turn. We are starting off with Moonstone, who just got her butt whooped basically for no reason. She had every opportunity to block, and she apparently wasn't feeling like it. So we're going to move her one back and let her fire with her Redwood Wand at the Dread Warrior, and missing it. Gosh. Hey, you guys remember at the beginning of the episode when I said this one wasn't going to take very long?
Remember the Purple Thunder Mountain there?
Yeah, a little bit.
That one was at,
Not 7-Eleven. One of those gas stations.
yes. It's in Troy. What is the name of that?
The plum flavored one.
Say something.
Yeah.
Say something.
Gramina is also helping with that goblin, but I kind of feel like we should divert her to the Dread Warrior, since we'll just let the Tiaga and Moonstone, who are both being useless, deal with the goblin. And we'll get Gramina down here to help with the Dread Warrior. She swings her blade at the Dread Warrior, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. The Dread Warriors are not laying down and dying, that's for sure. Thraken is also going to attack the Dread Warrior, hitting it with a 3. That's a little more like it. The Dread Warrior blocks 2, but thanks to chip damage, that is indeed enough to finally take it out. Yeah, Gohan says those orcs got everyone all messed up. Yeah, high charisma orcs, no kidding. Gramina was the distraction. Yeah. I don't know what is with the garbage dice rolls all of a sudden. Okay. That was Thraken, and he killed the Dread Warrior, so he can't attack this orc. He is going to have to get out of the way, though. Yeah, so I think we're going to move him back for his other action, because even though it doesn't look like it, this cupboard is blocking that orc unless they open it up. Tiaga, see if she can kill this goblin with a second chance here. She moves again and sends a blast with her wand, but misses it. Yeah, I think so. Gohan says she got its attention. Gohan says, did Justin take over your rolling arm? It seems like it. Rikora says, that sucks that they stopped Overdrive. I hate how they get rid of the good flavors all the time. They do. Did he cast a spell on the dice tower? That's what it seems like. Nobody's defending and everybody keeps missing. Even Gramina is missing. That like never happens. Monster's turn. Goblin is going to continue to chase Tiaga, swinging a dagger and hitting her with a 1, which she blocks just barely. And then the Ocean Orc kind of has its pick of everybody else, and it is going for Thraken, or falling over, I guess. Ocean Orc swings attacks at the Barbarian, hitting him with a 1, which he blocks just barely. At least they're blocking. Falling over in love, exactly. We've got a weird relationship between the monsters and the heroes in this quest. There's some weird stuff going on. Not sure what it is. But nobody wants to kill each other. That's right, the theme of tonight's episode is all you need is love. And we're not killing any more monsters. Now kiss. Yeah. No, that was earlier. Somebody was talking about God of Thunder, I think. Okay, let's see here. We've got Moonstone. Yeah, Moonstone is just going to stay right where she is and fire off at that orc. And missing, because her and Tiaga just are totally useless this quest, apparently, for some reason. We're just going to move her back to the stairs. She's in the doghouse now, and she has to wait on the stairs until the adults are done. Gramina. There you go. You there says, Hero's having a rough time. It's because I'm salty about the gaming store I was at earlier. Or is it because... Yeah, I think so. It must be. What happened at the gaming store? Was it just a bad gaming store? No hero quest? That always makes me angry. Grimina moved up to that orc. She swings the spirit blade, hitting the orc with a 2, which does indeed kill it. This time Grimina was killing Thraken's crush. It's the other way around this time. And that leaves Thraken, who needs to, I guess, go over there and take care of that goblin. You know, the easiest monster in the whole game, which our hero that has to go on every single quest in this book can't seem to kill for the life of her. Thraken swings his battle axe at the goblin, hitting it with a 2, which it does not defend. There you go. They're getting through it. It's just like taking way more than it should, it kind of seems like.
Supernova is a permanent flavor in Canada.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that? I don't know how well you can hear Savannah when she talks because she's not wearing a mic. Apparently, Supernova is a permanent Mountain Dew flavor in Canada. So I guess we're all moving there, right? Justin says, maybe I can use reverse psychology to fix the dice curses. I call upon the power of dread and chaos magic to make all the dice rolls be bad forever. Reverse psychology. Gohan says they were playing tag, and then he says road trip. Yes! We're going on a midnight quest road trip to get Supernova. Oh, geez. Okay, so that leaves us with Tiaga to head to the stairs.
And pitch black is also a permanent flavor over in Singapore, Poland, Malaysia, Hungary, and Romania.
Pitch black is permanent, but in a bunch of very far away countries. That sounds like places that are kind of near Julie. Julie, are you still in here? Get us pitch black. I'm gonna need you to express mail a whole bunch of pitch black, like a pallet. Get a pallet of pitch black and express that to me immediately. Justin says, I know a guy in Canada. Maybe I can have him ship us some. There you go. Gohan says, as if I need another reason to move to Canada, right? Right? Julie may not be in here because she might be eating lunch. Or maybe she, instead of wasting any time responding, was like, I'll do this immediately, and hopped off the stream to go find a pallet of pitch black. There you go. Oh, nice. Gohan's thinking about moving to Cali. That'll be interesting. LA was an interesting place when we were there. I don't know if that's where you're intending to move or just somewhere maybe less crazy in California. Ricora says, curse you, Canada. Why do you have the good flavors?
It's called Circle K. That's that gas station.
That's getting ahead of a lot of things, yeah. Okay, that takes us to, okay, Moonstone's already on the stairs, so it's Grimina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Thraken 1, 2, which means we are headed up to level 5. This was the only level I was kind of worried about. I didn't think the whole thing was going to be crazy, but apparently that's where we're at. On this level, there is 1, count them, yes, indeed 1. I know it's crazy, and the heroes may never recover from this. A whole 1 Ocean Goblin. Yeah. Gohan says, Canada's hoarding them with the all-dressed chips. Yes. Of course, as my girlfriend is actually from California, she moved down here to be with me. Oh, nice. I bet she finds this life a little bit simpler. Again, I don't know where in California she lives, but out here it seems to be a little less ridiculous. Justin says, blame Canada, blame Canada. Nice, yes. Okay, so we're at Tiaga. Tiaga is the first person who gets to move off the stairs here. Is she doing a trap search? Yes, she is. It's kind of surprising. They haven't been doing that. So we're just going to move 1 and do a trap search. No traps on this floor. And then the Ocean Goblin gets to zip over here and hit her. Now, Ocean Goblins again, less attack, more movement. Hits her with a 1. Oops. Which she blocks. Ron says, I don't know, pretty girls can make me do questionable things. That's true. Yep. All right, Moonstone. We're just gonna go there, and then Moonstone can shoot at that goblin. Hitting it with a 1, which it doesn't defend. Damaged, but not dead. But here comes Gramina to change that situation, I have to imagine. Gramina swings the Spirit Blade and hits that goblin with a 2, which is a skilled strike, which means that goblin is dead, ? Because indeed, this goblin is enchanted with a spell that keeps it alive in most cases, and we now have to roll a movement dice, and if this is anything other than a 6, the goblin only appears to be dead and actually isn't. Okay, nope, goblin's dead. It's because Gramina, right? Because Gramina. This goblin is meant to be a pain. This goblin is meant to, they keep killing and it keeps respawning in different places. But not when Gramina's the one attacking it. No, no, no. If Gramina hits you, you're dead for real. 1 in 26 says, dang, that snot ball got big. Record says El Cajon, which is part of San Diego, which is where she was from. Oh, gotcha. So definitely moved to a much smaller city for her then, which again probably means much calmer. I've never been to San Diego, but we had planned to go there one of the times we played in California. We were gonna play in LA and then drive up to San Diego and play, and then drive back to LA and play one more time before we came back. But the whole thing just didn't work, and we just played in LA and we didn't go. Chat, stop scrolling on you blowing your nose in a big gif. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yes, Gohan gigantified me blowing my nose. Because what else? Oh, geez. Okay. Oh my gosh, that noise just totally threw me off and I don't know what I'm doing now. Gramina killed that goblin for real. That's what just happened. So Thraken, I guess, needs to move off and do the treasure search. I can't believe they killed that. Gramina and her one-shots. Absolutely insane. Okay, Thraken searches for treasure and finds, cleverly hidden in an almost invisible cubby in the top corner of the room, he finds an emerald green gem worth 35 gold coins. Putting us up to 5,185, because I forgot to visit the armory before we got here, but I don't think we have anybody with tier 2 armory anyway. Right? That is correct. Still not quite there. We're getting there. Oh, 126 says, I'm in too much pain. I've got to bugger off later, weirdos. Yes, totally understood, man. Hope you start feeling better. Get some rest. Ricora says, surprised it's not another monster. Yeah, no kidding. Same. Well, I guess we'll head everybody back to the stairs. I thought this floor was going to take a little longer, but I guess when you have Gramina on your party, that's how it works. Tiaga headed back to the stairs. That means it is Moonstone's turn. Nice and easy. Nobody even needs to roll. We're all within 2 squares of the stairs. There's Gramina. There's Thraken, which means yet again Tiaga is going to be the first one off the stairs as we enter level 6. And on this floor, we have a weapons rack and 2 mountain orcs. What do we have? Here and here. Good old mountain orcs. Recorder says, all I'm getting is Mario 64 flashbacks with the endless stairs. Yes! Oh man, instead of the regular background music, I should have got the just that the endless stairs music for the entire time. Oh, that would have been so annoying and so appropriate. Okay. Yes, so Nintendo can get mad. Exactly, yeah. Tiaga, are we trap searching or are we attacking? She is actually trap searching, so that's good. She's kind of figured out that it's not a bad idea to trap search. And in this case, it was particularly good. Not many traps in this quest. However, in this particular floor, there are 3 pit traps. One here, and one here. So very avoidable, but only if you know where they are. Yeah, Rukor says, when don't they get mad is a better question. Too true, unfortunately, yes. Okay, that means that both of the orcs are going to be coming over there for her, which is a little bit unfortunate. Orc number 1 swings a sword, hitting her with a 2, which she blocks, believe it or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe the fortune is turning. The other orc swings its flail, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks. Wow, we found traps while searching. I know, right? Justin says if Nintendo didn't have Zelda ID, I'd wrote them off years ago. Yeah. Okay, that takes us to Moonstone, who might as well just step off like this and fire. There's really no reason for her to go anywhere. She's just going to shoot at this one that's right there. Sending a blast of energy from her Redwood Wand, she hits that orc with a 1, which I'm sure it will defend. Oh, wow, okay. Moonstone proving me wrong. I'm happy to be wrong, Moonstone. She hits that orc with a 1. Damaged but not dead. Gramina. Now, Gramina should probably roll. Well, actually, no, I forgot. Again, since we're not fighting undead, she attacks the same long range as she does close range. So let's just kind of get her up out of the way, and she'll also fire at that same orc. Putting an arrow in her crossbow and loosing. Hitting a very Gramina critical hit of 3, which also means skilled strike. That orc is super dead. All right, and Thraken. That leaves Thraken open to come down here, just 1, 2, and attack this other one. Swinging his battle axe and hitting it with a 3, which it doesn't defend. Also dead. Very quick work of the monsters on that floor. Gohan says they got lucky with Breath of the Wild, but they need to do something new for the next original game. Yeah. And Rukoro says, oh, is that the skilled strike one? Yes, it's so small on my screen and my eyes are so bad. Skilled strike and super dead, yes. Yeah, I kind of hope they don't do another thing in the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom. Like, we've done that. We got 2 games. They were great. It was awesome. Good job. Do something else now. Okay, so that is going to put Tiaga as, again, the first one going back on the stairs, which, yeah, that unfortunately means that yet again she will be the first one going up the stairs on the next one. Okay, now I'll admit I'm also a little bit on the fence here because this is kind of the logical halfway point of the quest. It's hard to say whether or not we'll finish if we keep going without it going to 4 a.m. I do know that I am totally exhausted and I don't want to be up till 4 a.m. So it's like we're at a weird section here. Do we call it even though it's a little early and then finish this one tomorrow night? But yes, I think we will. I think we'll call it for tonight just because we're at a really logical halfway point, and we could, I'm still in the mood to play. We could go till 3, but we probably won't finish, and then there will be a pathetically small amount to do tomorrow night. And as I've mentioned a couple of times, I really don't want to do end a quest and then start another one in a single stream. It's just going to get really confusing from an editing standpoint. Okie dokie, so here we are in our central room with our 4 heroes on the staircase ready to go up to the 7th floor. I want to try and get our camera at a nice angle here. Here we go. So our heroes in the quest tonight are Moonstone the Druid, Gramina the Dwarven Explorer, Tiaga the Warlock, and Thraken the Barbarian. And I almost said that in turn order. So the turn order is Moonstone, Gramina, Thraken, Tiaga. So I said the last 2 backwards. Justin says, professional content creator. Yeah. Oh, yeah, something like that. Gon says, depends on who shows up. Yeah, that's true. It also depends on my, sort of mental state as to how bad I trip up my words. Recently, that's been getting worse and worse, so I assume that just has something to do with the fact that my brain is going in every direction at once, and I have objectively way too much going on. So, very happy to be having this escape tonight. escape from the stresses and craziness of the real world to the fake world of Ilenthir here at Midnight Quest, where we're doing stuff. So let's get floor number 6 cleaned up, because they've finished everything they need to do with that. And we'll get floor number 7 set up. Oh yeah, we got an ad break, don't we? That's great. Oh, gotta love the nose blowing emote. I don't regret that one bit. That is absolutely fantastic. Okay, on floor number 7, we have a whole bunch of pillars. So we're gonna put in these wall tiles to represent pillars, and of course, the heroes cannot cross those. We're actually, this is a weird thing. We gotta do that, actually. Can't see through them or cross them. You there is here. She says, is that Ragnar? No, no Ragnar this time. I don't know if you remember who was here last time. This is the quest from Friday night. It's the same heroes. So Moonstone, Gramina, Thraken, and Tiaga. Justin says, all is gone, escape. Cue the immigrant song ripoff. And go ahead and says, watch me. All right, we've also got a couple of zombies and a skeleton archer on this floor. So we got zombies in the corner, and we'll just use good old classic Milton Bradley zombies here for both of those, and a skeleton archer. Where's my skeleton archers? I've lost the drawer. Here we go. Not a lot of point in marking them as clearly as I have when I still can't ever find what I need. There we go. Uther says, Friday, that's a whole week ago. I know. I know. It's so many more days than I intended between quests. Uther says, I'm a lurk while I get stuff done. Absolutely understood. Getting stuff done is good. Gohan says, whose fault is that? That is, yeah, that's very true. I felt like crap on Saturday, enough that I have made a doctor's appointment to see if something's going on, because something's weird. Just says, you know, if you hadn't shown me that Escape uses that riff, I'd have never noticed because it's slightly different and in a different key. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad, because we also didn't do that on purpose. When we were writing that riff, neither of us, I'm not even sure I'd ever heard the immigrant song all the way through when that riff was written. I just like heard little bits of it in movies. So there was certainly no intentional ripoff there. Okay, that is all that we've got on this floor. So we are going to be starting, of course, with Moonstone the Druid right there. And as we established on Friday night, the heroes do have to leave the stairs before they can do anything. They can't even search for anything unless they have left the stairs. So Moonstone, we're definitely leaving the stairs, but are we then attacking or searching for traps? She's going straight for the attack. Okay, tell you what, I think it makes the most sense for her to attack this guy since she's already looking at him. So let's move her 1, 2, and she attacks better long range, so let's leave her a little bit off from him. And she will fire using her Redwood Wand at the zombie, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. By the way, we are in level 3 monster difficulty, which means all the monsters have an extra body point, so let's not forget about that. That extra difficulty is determined by the number of skill set points of this particular group of heroes, so the more skilled heroes we have, the harder the monsters are as well. Okay, Gramina. We all know Gramina's not going to screw around, and she's got the Spirit Blade, which means she gets extra attack dice against undead. So first off, is she stepping off the stairs to search for traps or attack? She is also going to attack. Let's have her get rid of that archer, because that archer is, going to be a pain. It's going to be a problem. Now, she's got the Spirit Blade, so we want her close range. Here we go. Yeah, Gohan says, unless the orc is super handsome. That's right, I totally forgot about that, like, funny subplot from last time we did an episode. Yeah, she missed against that orc over and over and over until Thraken had to kill it finally. Okay, Gramina swings the Spirit Blade at the skeleton archer, hitting it with a 2. It blocks one, but not the other. Being damaged, but not dead. Ooh, I gotta try and remember. We had a really good, useful YouTube comment from Michael, and he's got a little bit more after his name. I'm not sure what it is. I don't remember off the top of my head. But we've taken a look at a comment of his a couple of times in Discord, suggestions that Michael has had about gameplay and stuff. And on a recent episode, Michael commented that when undead are taken off the board, he says that they are destroyed, not dead. And I think that's a good call on that, because I think in that episode I had said something about like the undead are already dead. So what are they now? Double dead? And I assume in response to that, Michael commented, "No, they're destroyed," and that's a good call. I need to try and remember that. Okay, Thraken. Same thing. Are we moving up the stairs to attack or search? He is also attacking. Now there's only one more zombie left to get to if he's not going to help anybody. And unless he's going to shoot, and there's really no reason to do that, he might as well try and get to that zombie. He's got enough movement for that, right? 1, 6, yes, he sure does. 1, 2, 3, except he definitely should have searched for traps, because right there is a falling boulder trap. Go ahead and says super double dead. Yes. Okay, Thraken, like the big dumb moron you are, you've walked directly into a trap that you absolutely could have avoided if you had just searched. It is a falling boulder trap, which means he rolls 3 attack dice. He takes 2 body points of damage from the falling rocks, dropping him to 7, shoving him 1 space forward, and causing that space to now also be an immovable section of rock. This also ends his turn. I probably don't need to say it, but I'm gonna always search for traps. 126 says, doesn't have pointy ears. Yes, too true. And also good to see you. Glad everybody's in tonight. Okay, Tiaga, our last hero on the stairs there. She also needs to help somebody here, and she also attacks better at long range. So we might as well draw to see if she's going to help Moonstone or Gramina. So she can't get to the zombie in the corner, being that we just had that block trap, but she could help either one of those. And she is going to help Gramina. 1, 2, and 3. Tiaga sends a blast of energy from her redwood wand at the skeleton archer, hitting it with a 2. The skeleton archer does not defend, being destroyed. This also means that Tiaga consumes the skeleton's essence and regains the ability to cast demon form for perhaps the jillionth time in this quest. Never search for traps is what I heard. And 126 says indeed. Yes. And I think the heroes are taking that very sound advice. Hey, Sarah's got a watch streak. 10 streams. Awesome, Sarah. That is awesome. Very much appreciated for that. Okie dokie, that takes us to the monster's turn, and we've got a couple of zombies. Let's take care of this guy first. The zombie swings its cleaver at Moonstone, hitting her with a critical hit of 2, which she blocks. And then we've got another zombie here that could either go for Gramina or Thraken. Let's see who it's going to go for. It is going for Gramina, clearly recognizing her as the bigger threat. The zombie swings its cleaver at her, hitting her with a critical hit of 2. However, she is a dwarf. She's got lots of defense, and she defended that. However, she only got 2 white shields out of 5 defense dice, so that is kind of a just barely kind of defense. 126 says, traps are part of the fun. Always trying to ruin fun. Yeah, zombies, that's for sure. Absolutely. All right, that takes us back to the hero's turn, and we are at Moonstone, and we're going to have her do her and Tiaga's kind of normal strat of continuing to back away from the monster so that they can use their stronger long-range attack. Firing at the zombie and missing entirely. Ouch, Moonstone. That's not the way to go. Let me recall what she's got at her disposal. Okay, she's actually not doing too bad. She just keeps losing her shapeshift spell every time she catches it, is really the only thing that is going on for her. She's still got some interesting spells. Okay, next is Gramina, up close and personal with the zombie. She swings the spirit blade at the zombie, hitting it with a 3. The zombie doesn't defend a single one and is destroyed. Very nice, Gramina. That's a very Gramina move of you. What else can she do? So I think we established last time that we're just taking Search for Secret Doors off of this particular quest. Since the whole thing happens in this one room, there's never any secret doors. She can't search for treasure until that zombie's dead. So I guess we'll just leave her there. Yeah. Okay, that takes us over to Thraken. Oh, you know what? She could actually search for traps. So I get mixed up on this. Let's have Gramina search for traps, and she will discover that there are no other ones. So I always forget. Just because you get hit with a trap doesn't mean that's the only trap in the room, and you should definitely still search. Now, I knew there were no other traps in the room, which is why I didn't think until it was, you know, theoretically too late to have her do it. There's no other traps in the room, but they know that now. Oh my gosh! Gohan, 25 stream streak. That is wild. That is so cool to see. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate you hanging out, like, literally every time we're here. Gohan also says, are you sure there's no secret doors? Not this time, but by God, we shall have secret doors in the next quest. 1 in 26 says, little heads up, my doctor's putting me on more meds. If I go missing, I'm medicated. Totally understood, man. And thanks for the heads up there. Hopefully everything works out there and whatever they put you on doesn't mess you up too bad and also helps. Totally understand that. That is no fun. Thraken. Moving up behind the zombie here, swinging his battle axe and hitting the zombie with a 1. Okay, well, damaged but not dead. Or damaged but not destroyed, I suppose, in this case. Man, four attack dice, and that's all he can get. That's kind of wild. Okay, let's see if we can get Tiaga up into a space that she can also attack that zombie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a tiny bit questionable, but if she peeks around the corner, there's a pretty clear line of sight to that zombie there. She sends a blast of energy from her redwood wand, hitting the zombie with a 2, and the zombie is destroyed with its back turned. Yeah. Gohan says, hopefully your doctor isn't Dr. Funnut. Yeah. 126 says they're trying to bring down my pain level. So that makes sense. Well, hopefully it's at least successful in doing that. And I have comments. Yeah. Oops. Okay, that is just about going to conclude this floor. No monster's turn, so we're back to Moonstone, and Moonstone is going to take care of the treasure search. Let's see what she finds. A skeleton lies crumbling against a wall, its ankle still chained to the floor. Clutched in the remains of its hand is 15 gold coins. Not too bad. 90, that's going to put us up to 5,200 right on the dot. 5,200. And then with her other movement, she can go ahead and, or her other action rather, she can use movement to get back to the stairs. So that should put us at the beginning of the turn, as long as nobody gets a garbage dice roll. Gramina also returns to the stairs. Thraken also returns to the stairs. And Tiaga, yes, also returns to the stairs. Good. Okay, so that is floor 7 done. We'll remove the contents. And let's move up to level 8. And on level 8, we are starting off with a torture rack. So we'll get a dirt floor down. A torture rack, as well as 2 mummies. So we'll go with a mixture here of Milton Bradley and Avalon Hill. We've got our Milton Bradley mummy hanging out here, and our Mythic Tier exclusive Avalon Hill mummy right there. Okay, and we are at the beginning of a turn, which means it is Moonstone's turn. Same thing as we were doing last floor. Is she attacking or searching for traps? They are not doing the trap searches this time. They're 100% with Gohan this time. No trap searches, only attack. We're just going to move her 1 and have her shoot at the Milton Bradley mummy there. Firing a blast of energy from her Redwood wand, she hits the mummy with a 2. The mummy defends 1, taking 1 damage. Uh-oh, what do we got? Sarah has redeemed a wandering monster. Very nice. Who would you like to attack, Sarah? If you haven't put that in yet, I know Twitch always... Oh, Gramina, okay. Twitch always waits to put in. Even if you type it in right away, it tells me you redeemed something, but doesn't tell me who you redeemed it for right away. Okay, let me do Gramina's turn first, because they're not allowed to do anything while they're on the stairs. They also can't be attacked while they're on the stairs. So Gramina's going to move off the stairs, do her turn, then we'll have that monster attack her. Okay, Gramina, are we searching for traps? Yes, she is. So she is going to walk off, search this room for traps, discover there are none. That's the end of her turn. Now we're going to have a wandering monster attack her. Yeah, we drew Ace of Spades, which is a hard monster. 6 of Spades, also a hard monster. Come on with the spades. 10 of diamonds. What we can do 10 of diamonds? Ice Abomination. That's a fairly scary guy. Let's see what we got going on here for stats on this guy. 3 attack, 5 defense, 2 body points. Justin says, guys, I'll talk to her. I promise she's actually a good person. Oh, that's great. We can't have anybody bullying Gramina. I wouldn't be... Gramina nowadays is the last hero I'm worried about dying, if I'm being honest. I think every monster in the quest could attack her at once and she'd survive. Both between her natural skills and the chat. The Ice Abomination thrusts the spear, hitting Gramina with a 2. But Gramina defends them, just barely. Never wasting an ounce of energy, only defending exactly the right amount. Thraken. So Thraken, now we've got the trap searches done for, so we know he needs to attack. He's got 3 potential targets, which might be reduced depending on his dice roll. Or, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, he can still get to any of those 3 targets. So who's he going for? He's going to go for the mythic tier mummy kind of down there at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thraken swings his battle axe at the mummy, hitting it with a 1. The mummy blocks. Boy, Thraken's not doing very good tonight. He's rolling kind of garbage attacks. Sarah says that was the only name I could remember at the moment. I love it. That's totally understandable. Johan says it's okay to have fun with Gramina. She can use the practice. Very true. Very true. All right, that leaves us with Tiaga, who also has several potential targets. Now, she could cast her demon form, and I would do if she were allowed to do things from the stairs, but she's not. So, let's see who she's going to attack. She's going to go for the same mummy that Moonstone did. So they're kind of both trying to get rid of that, I think. 1, 2, 3. And we'll just go ahead and let her stay right there. She fires a blast of energy from her Redwood wand at the mummy, hitting it with a critical hit of 3. There you go, Tiaga. The mummy blocks 1, but still takes 2 damage, and because it was damaged already, it is dead. Or destroyed. There you go. Trying to remember. You there says, Thraken never fights well. Yeah, it seems like it. Maybe he just doesn't like that battle axe or something. One says maybe an overlay or something with the heroes if the quest names so people can come in and know. Yeah, I've been thinking about that, and I know Cody said something one time in the Discord about I would love to have body point totals and names on screen, which would be good with a little picture of what hero we're talking about. The thing that I've got to figure out how to make that work is how I can automatically add or subtract body points really easily. There's for sure a way to do it. I just need to look into it. But you're absolutely right. Okay, monster's turn. We got a mummy on Thraken, and then of course the abomination has already attacked on this turn cycle, so I guess it's just that mummy. The mummy swings a fist at Thraken, but misses. Wow. Come on, monsters. Vaughn says, the body point stuff will be funky, but at least names would be a good start. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. One of these days, I've thought a couple of times about like almost having this look a little bit more like a video game screen with stats. Even if there was like a little black bar along the bottom that just kind of has stats, would be interesting. Uther says, that'd be great, so I can just target Ragnar and save everyone away from him. Yeah, there you go. We're going to be moving Ragnar in a tight formation nowadays, with the other 3 heroes surrounding him in every quest so that no monsters can get to him. And of course, Ragnar's going to have no idea. He's just going to be like, what? Why is everybody treating me like I'm made out of glass? Gohan says, it's just the switching around that can make stuff funky. Yeah, yep, that's exactly it. Because I know if I have Twitch selected, then I can hit stuff on the keyboard and it will affect Twitch. But I also have to have OBS selected so that I can switch cameras. So it's, yeah, it's a weird thing. We'll figure it out at some point. For sure, there's an easy way to do it that I just don't know about. Just got to do some looking. Okie dokie, back to Moonstone. I don't even think Moonstone needs to move, does she? No, either of these monsters are within her being able to fire from where she's at. And she is going to help Thraken with the mummy, because everybody knows Gramina doesn't need help. Moonstone fires at the mummy, hitting it with a 2. And it doesn't block either one. It is not dead, but it is damaged. Sarah says, I would still forget. Even if I'm not watching the stream, I'm usually listening to it on Justin's phone, so I usually hear the beginning of the video. Yes. Yep. Heck, I named them, and I still can't think of their names sometimes. Literally, just now, if you were to go back a couple of ticks, right before Moonstone's turn, I pause for a couple of solid seconds because I can't remember her name. So I totally get it, you guys. All right, Gramina. Gramina is attacking the Ice Abomination, swinging the Spirit Blade, and hitting it with a 1. Oh, wow, okay. I thought it blocked, but it didn't. One of the other dice knocked it over, so it took that 1. Now, Ice Abominations don't have a lot of body points, but they've got a lot of defense, so that thing could theoretically defend for a while. Thraken will hopefully finish off this mummy here, swinging his battle axe and hitting it with a 3. Yeah, that'll do it, probably. The mummy doesn't block a single thing. That would have actually one-shot killed it, but it was damaged already. And finally, we have Tiaga the Warlock, who is going to start this turn by casting her Demon Form spell yet again, swapping her over into her Demon Form and giving her an extra attack dice as well as the ability to ignore pit traps. She is then going to fire a blast of demonic energy at the Ice Abomination. Wow, hitting it with a critical hit of 4. And it is going to have to get 4 black shields to survive this. It doesn't get a single one. Out it goes. Uther says, I always miss the beginning. I'm often ending my stream. Oh, yes, that's true. Justin says, we seldom name our guys. It's just the dwarf, the wizard, etc. Oh, that makes sense. Well, yeah, when you have heroes die that often, it kind of makes sense to not get too attached. Yeah. What we really need in response to what you there was saying is one of you guys needs to be a like dead middle of the night streamer, or of course for people on the other side of the world, like an evening streamer or something, so that we can raid somebody we know. That I would love that, because every time so far I've raided somebody that I don't really know, and most of the time we've raided, we don't even get acknowledged. Like sometimes you guys will put stuff in the chat, it doesn't get acknowledged. Actually, I don't remember how many times we've raided, but I think once or maybe twice we've gotten even acknowledged for the raid. Hey, thanks for the raid. Those sorts of things. So like if somebody that's in here a lot that was that we know that would be really cool to be able to raid somebody. But of course, in the U.S., it's the middle of the night. Somebody would have to be streaming at like 3 or 4 a.m. Uther says, and most of them suck. Go to painters. They actually talk to us. That's probably the way to go there, because the people doing Dungeons and Dragons tend to just be kind of wrapped up in what they're doing. Now we did a couple of times. I've raided. I'm not sure how to say his name, but it was a Ferric Hair Tool or something like that, which was a suggestion from 1 in 26. And Ferric acknowledged us, followed us back, thanked everybody for coming in. And that was really nice. I think Ferric usually streams Tomb Raider, or at least recently he's been streaming playing Tomb Raider. So it's not really related to what we're doing, but at least it was very nice of him to acknowledge that we were there and follow back. That was nice. But you're right, we should search for some painters. Oh, and if anybody in our community ever does start streaming around the time that this is done, then that's what we're doing for sure. Okie dokie, we need to get a treasure search done, and then we can get out of here. So just like last floor, it's going to be Moonstone. It is Moonstone's turn now. See what she finds. Oh no! Oh jeez. It's too bad we haven't reprinted this card yet. This is the second ever time we've seen this card. This card was the very first ever treasure draw on the show. Episode 1, quest number 1, first treasure search was this card. In the back of the room is a crude shrine built from rocks and sticks. Between two smelly yellow candles is a badly drawn picture of what appears to be a femur wearing a long-haired wig. You catch sight of a pile of 50 gold coins sitting just behind the shrine. Oh, that's great. And of course, that was one of our very first ever shorts, too, that clip of that card being drawn. And Justin was so kind as to badly draw a picture of a femur in a wig. Uther says, I stream before you most of the time, unfortunately. Yes, indeed. Well, that's how we met, right? Didn't you raid Savannah's stream one time? And that's how we kind of connected? That was awesome. Justin says, yay! Gohan says, I can't be up that late / early anymore. I gotta be awake during the day for my sanity. Yeah, agreed. Uther says, I believe so, yes. Yeah, if for some reason we are ever streaming before you, happily return the favor there. You just about above anybody else, being that you're also doing, like, literally Hero Quest stuff a lot of the time. Okay, let's get out of here. So Moonstone can move. Gramina can also easily move. Let's see if Thraken can get back there on a single dice roll. Yep, he sure can. And yeah, we don't need to roll Tiaga either because she's guaranteed at least 2. Uther says, well, sometimes I end up streaming before and then after you. Yeah. Because it's like the middle of the day, isn't it, for you? I know we've talked about this a billion times. I can never remember exactly what the time difference is. I don't remember if it's you or if it's Julie, who's like 11 hours or something after us. 4:30 for you. Okay, so it's more like, and that's 4:30 p.m. I imagine, right? Well, yeah, duh, because 4:30 a.m. Duh, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so you would be 16 hours ahead of us. Yeah. Right. That's still such a crazy thing to me. It's so cool, and it makes sense being that we stream where we are in the middle of the night, that the people who would be awake on the other side of the world would be a lot of the audience. But it's still just so cool. It's the thought of instantly interacting with somebody who is literally on the other side of the planet is such a neat, one of the positives of technology for sure. Mind-boggling. All right, up we go to the next floor. Let's see, level 9. has an altar. Here we are. Oh yeah, we need a card here. An altar. We also have an ocean abomination and a dread warrior. There we go. Justin says 16 hours ahead. We are speaking with someone in the future. Don't give away too much. It might destroy space and time. But if you've got the lotto numbers, yes. Time zones are weird. 4. That's the lotto number. 4. Yeah. All right. So again, we find ourselves at the beginning of a turn. So Moonstone can step off and immediately either search for traps or attack, and she is indeed going to do the trap search this time. So stepping 1 square off the stairs and searching this room for traps, she finds nothing. No traps here. So we are free to just go about our business. Okay, Grimina, we're attacking. Who are we attacking? Dread Warrior or Abomination? She's going for the Dread Warrior. All right, Grimina swings the Spirit Blade, hitting the Dread Warrior with a 1. Which, believe it or not, it doesn't block. Of course, it's not even close to dead, but still kind of surprised it didn't block that. Thraken. Who are you attacking, Thraken? Also attacking the Dread Warrior. Whoops. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3. Thraken swings his battle axe. Missing. Boy. You weren't kidding there. That is wild. He's not seeing straight or something. He's had too much dew of the mountain. Okay, Tiaga. Now, she might as well just step here, because again, she attacks so much better long range. And since everybody else hit the Dread Warrior, we might as well have her go after the Ocean Abomination. She sends a blast of demonic energy at the Abomination, hitting it with a 2. Ocean Abominations, 3 attack, 2 defense, 3 body points. Hitting it with a 2, and it does not block either. However, it is not destroyed. What do we have? Oh, Savannah's saying she put a poll in the Discord for the last 2 dice bags. Nice. I also have a poll in the Discord, so go vote on both of those things. The last poll I put in there was finished today, so we're getting a new druid in Quest 7 of this book. We just need to pick which druid we're getting. So we've got the male druid that kind of looks like Moonstone, but the male version. And we've also got the mythic tier female druid who's kind of looks like she's from a different race. She's taller and skinnier, that sort of thing. So either one of those minis will work. Justin said Sarah's finishing our last orc. Oh, nice. So you've just about got the contingent ready to roll. Okay, it is the monster's turn. So let's start with that Dread Warrior because it could attack either Grimina or Thraken. And it is going for Grimina. So it's already facing the right way. The Dread Warrior swings its mace, hitting Grimina with a 3. Wow, which again she blocks, but just barely. She rolled exactly the right amount of dice to block that. The Abomination then can either attack Thraken or run over here to Tiaga, who just heard it. I think either one would be, yeah, it's going to go for Tiaga. Either one would be valid there. The Abomination thrusts its spear at Tiaga, hitting her with a critical hit of 3. She's going to lose demon form again. She blocks 1 and loses 2. That drops her to 3 body points, actually. And again, destroys her demon form. So we need to get her, she's got 1 more potion of healing. We need to get her healed back up there. She's taking a beating in this quest. Everybody else is doing all right. She's in a bad state. Justin says, vote male druid. He's got a killer stash. We could name him Uncle Vernon. And you there says, okay, but only if everyone votes pink. Done. That's what I was going to vote. I voted that the last 2 times, I think. Oh. Go ahead and redeemed a potion of healing. Nice. Is that for Tiaga? Again, you probably put it in the box, but whoever needed it. Okay, yeah. We'll go ahead and apply that to her immediately. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Puts Tiaga back up to 7. All right, that's going to put us back at the hero's turn, and we have Moonstone, who could now either, fire at either the Dread Warrior or the Abomination, and she is again going to go for the Dread Warrior, just as she did on the last turn. Firing a blast of energy from her Redwood Wand and hitting the Dread Warrior with a 2. It blocks 1 and takes the other, dropping it to 2 remaining body points. There we go. Grimina, also attacking the Dread Warrior, swings the Spirit Blade, hitting it with a 2. And it doesn't defend either. That is exactly the number of body points needed to destroy it. Of course, it would be Grimina to destroy it. Thraken might as well go help Tiaga. Although I kind of hope Tiaga's the one to kill it so that she can get demon form back again. Let's be honest, Thraken's going to miss. That seems to be what he's doing so far tonight. Thraken swings his battle axe. Or he's going to get a super huge critical hit of 4. I mean, I guess either way. Let me review stats again, because that thing's already got 2 body points taken off of it. 3 attack, 2 defense, 3 body points. So yeah, that's a skilled strike. That Ocean Abomination is super dead. Get out of here. Oops. I've dropped my whole Abomination drawer. You there says Thraken does a good job at being a pain. Yes. Every once in a while he pulls out all the stops apparently. Okay, that leaves us with Tiaga searching for treasure. Let's see what she finds. Suddenly the stone beneath her feet gives way. She falls into a shallow pit, losing 1 body point. Well, it's a good thing she didn't lose the demon form to that. That would have been embarrassing. Dropping her to 6. We're on a stairway, aren't we? You'd think that'd drop her to the previous floor, and then she has to walk all the way back up. Oh, excellent. Yes, go ahead with the critical hit and the super dead emotes. Justin says that would make a killer metal band name, Ocean Abomination. That is true. Either says he's like, no, I only kill it when it hinders the party. Yeah. See what you're talking about. Yeah, 100%. Tiaga's like, no, let me land the killing blow. Thraken's like, too bad. Too bad. And Tiaga finishes out her turn by going to the stairs. Pretty much everybody can. Moonstone goes to the stairs. Grimina also to the stairs. Yeah, actually, we don't need to roll for anybody. 1, 2. Thraken goes to the stairs, and we head up a floor. On level 10, we have 3 treasure chests. If I can get them out of there. Here we go. We have a chest here, a chest here, a chest here. We also have 3 goblins. That is 2 mountain goblins and 1 deep goblin. So we've got mountain goblins here and here, and a deep goblin right here. There we go. Justin says, I'm going to do it, even if I'm the only member. Yes. Gohan says, so many mimics. Uther says, I volunteer to not help, but listen to the music and either enjoy it or complain. Yeah, that's the way to go. Gohan says, someone almost said Mountain Dew. Oh, yeah, you got to be careful there. Speaking of music, I forgot to start mine again. We'll fix that right away. Yeah, it's not Mountain Dew, it's Dew of the Mountain here. And it's definitely not American Dew. Still can't figure out why they've... I mean, it's because of the 250th anniversary and all that, but still. Justin says, yo, that blackberry dew is good stuff. I still haven't tried it. I keep forgetting about it. I need to try that for sure. One says, yeah, I thought it was something new. Yeah. Yep. Okay, we are starting with Tiaga. So Tiaga is going to be the first one to leave the stairs, and then the monsters are basically going to swarm her. So it's a good thing she's still got a potion of healing, and it's a good thing Gohan kind of healed her up there just a little bit. Okay, so is she going to search for traps or attack when she steps off? She is doing the trap search. So let's go ahead and stick her here. She discovers in her trap search that all 3 chests are trapped. So each one is going to have to be disarmed individually. And I believe everybody here can do that. Moonstone has a toolkit. Gramina has Dwarf Disarm, of course. Thraken has Toolkit Disarm, and Tiaga also has Toolkit Disarm. Yes, so all of them are capable of that. However, the monsters are now going to swarm her. Now, deep monsters are slow, but it is the closest one to her. It should be able to get to her. Yeah, it still can. 1, 2, 3. Deep Goblin swings its axe at Tiaga. Missing her? Okay, whatever. Mountain Goblin swings its dagger at Tiaga. Hitting her with a critical hit of 2. See, Deep Goblin, that's how you do it. She blocks one, but not the other, dropping her to 5 body points. At least let them defend something, jeez. Close enough to mimics, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I definitely need to get over to Casey's and try that out. I've got another rehearsal for that musical tomorrow. Maybe I'll stop by Casey's before I head up to Versailles and grab one of those. Okie dokie, Moonstone. We'll just move her off and we'll go ahead and let her attack this goblin that's left standing over here. Sending a blast of energy with her redwood wand, she hits the goblin with a 1. And it does not defend. However, it is not dead. Gramina, who's Gramina going for? We've got 3 potential targets, and she is going for the middle one, which she is technically already adjacent to, but since she can't do anything from the stairs, we'll do this. Gramina swings the Spirit Blade at the goblin, hitting it with a 2. It does not defend anything. Of course, Gramina kills the monster. We could expect no less. Thraken is also leaving the staircase to fight. He's actually going to go for the Deep Goblin, which we don't need to roll for. 1, 2. Swinging his battle axe, he hits the Deep Goblin with a 1. And it doesn't block, but it is also not dead. Finally, we have Tiaga, who is going to move 1 away and shoot at the Deep Goblin. Firing a blast of energy and missing. Unfortunate. Monster's turn. The Mountain Goblin standing over here technically could get to anybody but Tiaga, so who's it going for? It's going for Gramina. Goblin swings its claws, hitting her with a 1, which she does indeed block. The Deep Goblin is already adjacent to Thraken, so let's just do that. The Deep Goblin swings its axe, hitting Thraken with a 1, which he blocks. The monsters also are not rolling very well tonight. Bad choice, exactly. Exactly, that goblin has no idea what's coming. All right, now Moonstone, I would say we've got 2 of the theoretically easiest monsters in the game. There's no reason that we need to concentrate everybody's attacks. Let's go ahead and have Moonstone attempt to disarm this first treasure chest. Now, she's just got regular toolkit, which means 50-50 chance. As long as she gets a shield of either color, she's good here. Drop the dice. Unfortunately, she was hit. Let's see, what kind of trap is on these? Magical glyph. If any hero searches for treasure in this room before the trap is disarmed, all heroes lose 1 body point. Ouch. Yeah, Uther says it would be funny if none of the goblins die. Yeah. Okay, so unfortunately Moonstone set off the trap on that one chest, meaning that all heroes in the room take 1 body point of damage. That takes Moonstone to 9, Gramina to 10, Thraken to 6, and Tiaga to 4. And they've still got 2 more chests to disarm. Gee, thanks, Moonstone. Yeah, no kidding. Now that trap is gone now. Only on that one, though. Okay, Gramina is about to show this goblin who's boss, I have to assume. Swinging the Spirit Blade. She misses the goblin. Shouldn't have said anything. I jinxed it. Dang it. Alright, well, there's nothing else she can do, so I guess she'll just hang out there. Okay. You there says Moonstone and Thraken, absolute menaces. Yeah, no kidding. Tiaga, who has to go on every quest this book, is probably like, oh, I hope I get a different team next time, because these guys are kind of useless. Okay, let's see if Thraken can do some boss showing. Thraken swings his battle axe at the Deep Goblin. Come on. Missing entirely. Oh, jeez. Just proving you there's previous comment 100% correct. Absolute menaces. Jeez. Alright, Tiaga. Can Tiaga do some boss showing here, maybe? Sending a blast of energy at the Deep Goblin and hitting it with a critical hit of 3. Okay, see, now there's Tiaga right there. That is a critical hit, a skilled strike, and that Deep Goblin is super dead. Oh, which very well earned grants her the ability to cast her Demon Form spell yet again. Alright, so she can't actually really do anything else just yet. That's why Tiaga wasn't mentioned. Exactly. Exactly. I think we'll go ahead and move Tiaga up to this chest. But obviously they can't actually search for treasure until all the monsters are dead, so we need to get rid of that other goblin before we do anything else. Moonstone, speaking of that, let's have her fire at this goblin, see if she can atone for her sins of hitting everybody with that magical glyph. Sending a blast of energy from her wand, there you go, another critical hit, which means that goblin is skilled strike super deaded. Goblin is gone. That's right, bet you didn't know super dead was a verb. It is now. You there, did you just skip the goblin? I did. I did. You're absolutely right. Thank you for calling me on that. Let's do that. We'll keep that goblin death, but it should have absolutely gotten to hit Gramina again before that happened. Goblin swipes at Gramina. Hits her with a 1. And she didn't block. Even Gramina was confused. Gramina was like, wait a minute, didn't that goblin just die? What just happened? And then the goblin dies. So it came back from the dead for a moment, was like, wait a minute, I had some unfinished business. Swipe, Gramina's like, what? And then died. On any other turn, Gramina would have defended that for sure. But not this time. Yeah, Gon says Goblin gets a double attack. Zambi Goblin. Yeah. Oh, geez. Okay, again, thank you there for calling me on that, because I totally missed that. You're absolutely right. Okay, Moonstone then can search the one chest for treasure. So this is the second action for Moonstone there, and in that chest is 100 gold coins. That's going to put us up to 53.50. Oh, we skipped 51.50. That's disappointing. All right. Gramina. We might as well let Gramina try and get rid of that other chest trap. She, after all, being a Dwarven Explorer, is one of the best at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Through her machinery, she has not only unlocked Dwarf Disarm, which means this is only a bad result if she gets a black shield, but she has also unlocked second try disarm, which means even if she gets a black shield, she's got to get a second black shield before she is unsuccessful in disarming a trap, which would be super overpowered if she were on every quest. The only reason that mechanic is allowed to exist. So she attempts to disarm the trap and is successful. Exactly. You there says that's what happens when you kill the goblins without letting them attack. Grimina gets hurt. That's a good point. And duly noted. Absolutely. Okay, Thraken. Now, the only way we don't end up with Thraken just doing nothing is if we let him try to disarm this rather than Tiaga. So we'll move him and we'll let him try to disarm the trap. Now, he only has regular toolkit disarm, so this is 50-50 for him. A shield of either color is positive. And he is indeed successful in disarming the trap, almost surprisingly. Dr. Funnut is here. What's up? How's it going, man? Good to see you. He looks like he'd just open it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, barbarians can't be that concerned with getting through that trap. I was not completely aware of everything happening during Savannah stream last night. I was kind of in and out. I went to bed early, but I did see that you were watching some NASCAR yesterday and hoping for some explosions. I did not see the conclusion of that saga, though. Did you get to see any explosions? Okay, and that's going to take us to Tiaga, who can then open that chest. In that chest is a potion of healing. I can say for certain, by the way, having got the potion of healing out of the chest. Sorry, I brained weird just there. Whenever there is a potion of healing in a chest in a quest, before we start the stream, I go through the treasure deck and pull a potion of healing card out of the treasure deck to be the one that they get out of the chest. So there is a set number of potion of healing that can be in play, and it is, I think, 24 total. And once they've got them all, they can't have any more until they use them all. I can tell you for certain there are no more potions of healing in what we have left of the treasure deck. So until we finish that treasure deck and reshuffle everything, in which case the discard pile goes back into being the normal pile, we're not drawing any more healing potions out of there. Dr. Funnut says, I indeed did see some cars turn left, right, and crash. So yes, nice. Nice. Can't beat that. All right, Tiaga searched, and now she's going to get to move. We don't need to roll for this because it's just 1, 2. We'll let her go back to the stairs there, and then we are going to have everybody else as well move back. Moonstone. Oh, Grimina needs to search her chest first, doesn't she? Moonstone moves back. Grimina is going to search for treasure, and in the final chest is one more potion of healing. Yes, we need to have Grimina pass off some healing potions. So Grimina actually has kind of an obscene number of healing potions. And being that she's got so much defense dice, she doesn't need them very often, which is how she's ended up hoarding them. She needs to pass those off. Thraken actually doesn't have any, so we need to remember that. We need to pass some of those off, and then we need to get characters using them so that they're going back into the discard pile so that they can find more when we actually do that shuffle. Okay, and then Grimina's second action is movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Justin says, did the right turn cause the crash? If I'm not mistaken, you only turn left in NASCAR. Uther says she should keep them. She's here for the whole quest line. Exactly, yeah. She's guaranteed to never die that way. And Thraken. 1, 2, 3. Puts him back on the stairs. Okay, that is going to take us off of level 10. Yeah, that maybe Tiaga ought to be the one to have them, being that Tiaga's got to go on every quest in this book. And she's going to be having some interesting stuff going on that's going to cause a lot of damage to her. So having healing potions would be very beneficial to her. Okay, moving up into floor number 11. We have here an alchemy bench. Where's the alchemy benches? Here we go. Alchemy bench there. There is also, kind of similar to a couple of floors ago, an Ocean Abomination and a Dread Warrior. Let's see, Ocean Abomination and a Dread Warrior. Justin says, we tried Hero Quest role-playing and my nephew got struck by lightning and melted his gear. Oh no! Oh, that sucks. Uther says, yeah, Thraken doesn't need it. There you go. It sounds like he doesn't much deserve it. He might need him, but I don't know if he deserves them. Okay, unfortunately, we are right at Tiaga's turn again. So I hate skipping Hero's turn, so it just happens like this. The last thing we did was Thraken moves, so we are starting off this floor with Tiaga's turn again. And I dislike skipping Hero's turn, so she's going to have to move off the staircase, which is going to matter. It's going to mean pretty much no matter what, she is going to get attacked. However, I think we're okay. Because also somebody gifted her a potion of restoration last stream, and I don't let them hold on to gifts between quests. So even if she dies, that potion of restoration is going to put her back where she ought to be, and then we've used that gift. So we'll do it. Question is, though, is she searching for traps or attacking? She's going for the trap search. Okay, we're just going to put her here, because either way the monsters are going to get to her to attack her. She's searching this floor for traps and finding none. Which takes us to the monster's turn. The Dread Warrior, whose cape very much does not enjoy the wall that he is standing next to. Dread Warrior swings his mace, hitting Tiago with a 1. I'm surprised that wasn't worse than that. She didn't block, however, dropping her to 3 body points. The Ocean Abomination also approaches her, thrusting its spear and hitting her with a 1, which she doesn't block, dropping her to 2. Ouch. Justin says, my buddy got framed for murder, saw a wanted poster, recognized the guy a few blocks back, went back to get the guy, and the guy killed someone, threw the dagger at my friend's feet, and ran screaming murder. Oh, geez, that's wild. So this was more kind of like a regular D&D scenario then? Just one that takes place in the Hero Quest world? Or have I like totally misunderstood what's going on? All right, let's get to Moonstone here. Darn it. Okay, let's just send Moonstone. I guess it depends on who she wants to attack. Okay, she's attacking the Abomination, so let's just put her here. And she is going to send a blast of energy from her Redwood Wand at the Abomination, hitting it with a 2. Why can't I remember these guys' stats? 3 attack, 2 defense, 3 body points. She hit it with a 2, and it took both, but it is not dead. No, it's all just rolls on tables. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Was this out of the book that you sent to me, that PDF? Okay, gotcha. Got it. All right, that takes us to Grimina. Who's Grimina going for? She's going to try and get to that Dread Warrior if she's got enough dice rolls for it. One, 2, geez, 3, and 4. Nobody saw that. I didn't mistreat Grimina, I promise. Grimina swings the Spirit Blade at the Dread Warrior, hitting it with a critical hit of 3 in very much Grimina fashion. The Dread Warrior blocks 2 and only takes 1. Is Thraken dead yet? No, afraid not. Let's see. Indeed, it is his turn. Who is he going for? Now, he's going to go for the Abomination. I printed the whole thing out, put it in sheet protectors, and put it in a binder. Nice. That's the way to go with that stuff for sure. Draken swings his battle axe and misses entirely, because that seems to be the kind of night he is having. Yeah, Dread Spell on Thraken. He deserves that. I'll give you that. He 100% deserves that. Let's see what he gets hit with. Okay, I'd like to go deeper into the Dread Spell pile. So I'll show this to the camera here because we have quite the pile of Dread Spells here that we are just going to draw a couple of normal cards, add the two numbers together, go that far down into the Dread Spell pile, and as long as it's a spell that makes sense, that's what's going to hit Thraken. So we've got a 6 and a 4. So we're going to go down to card number 10 in the pile. I'm just going to grab a little bit of it because I know we don't need the whole thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Oh, we haven't seen this. This is a Dread Spell that does not appear until a little bit later in the campaign. However, I don't mind using it here. So, Mind Burst. The spellcaster rolls 1 attack dice for each of their mind points. The targeted hero does the same. The targeted hero will lose 1 mind point for each skull the spellcaster rolled that was not defended by a white shield rolled by the hero. Okay, so actually this one doesn't make any sense. Being that it was just... there isn't a monster casting this, so we need a monster mind point here. Uther says I have 20 mind points. He's being a dumb hero tonight. Yeah, 100%. Okay, let's draw again there because I do think that's that would be hard to determine for sure. Justin also says my character went to an alehouse and met an elf that taught me a battle dance that lets me complete dodge 1 attack per quest. Interesting. Okay, so pretty much same thing. We got a double queens there, so we'll go down 24 cards and see what we get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 is command. That'll work. That we can do. And that might be a pretty serious threat because Thraken is a barbarian, which means he's kind of dumb, which means he's probably going to have a hard time throwing this spell off. Now, has he been building education? He has. Okay, so he's not as dumb as a normal barbarian here. This spell puts any one hero under the spellcaster's control. This spell can be broken immediately or on a future turn by the hero rolling 1 movement dice for each of their mind points. If a 6 is rolled, the spell is broken. Okay. Wow, that's definitely a wild one. That's a bad one. So we just completed his turn. So I would say he ought to have at least 1 turn where he is under command, and then we'll let him get away with it. Now, that's not how the normal spell works. Normally, we would let him immediately roll to try and break this, but especially because this is a redeem, lost the word there, I think we ought to have at least 1 turn where it is actually effective, and then we'll move on. Okay, so on the monster's turn, Thraken will act as a monster, then we'll start giving him chance to break that spell. Tiaga. Now, Tiaga is definitely surrounded, however, she's got her demon form back, so... Ooh, actually, Consuming Flame is probably a better option here. Justin says, essentially you choose what kind of settlement you are traveling to and roll to see how many weeks it takes, and a random thing happens each week, and in the settlement, you can visit 1 special location and a random event happens each day. Right. I read a little bit. I didn't get very much into the book, but I did I saw that mechanic, for sure. Okay, I think actually we are going to have Tiaga cast Consuming Flame. So this is a spell we've seen a few times recently. This is a tier 2 fire spell, so it's a little bit more powerful than the normal ones here. The spell may be cast on any 2 monsters within the caster's line of sight, so both of these monsters will be affected. Consuming them in magical flame, it will inflict 3 body points of damage. The monsters then roll 3 red dice. For each 5 or 6, the damage is reduced by 1 point. So let's see if she destroys both of these monsters here. And then they just have to deal with Thraken. Uther says, yay, Thraken and Moonstone will now pay for being dumb on the previous floor. Yes, and dumb they were. Okay, for the Ocean Abomination. 3 dice. It throws off 1 hit, takes 2 damage, and that is indeed enough to destroy it. I'm going to square up my skulls here real quick. we go. Ocean Abomination destroyed. For the Dread Warrior, it manages to throw off 2 points of damage, only taking 1, so it is not destroyed. But still a pretty worthwhile use of that spell, I would say. Okay, Tiaga can also just kind of physically attack now. Swinging her wooden staff and hitting the Dread Warrior with 1, which the Dread Warrior defends. Okay, monster's turn. Dread Warrior, are we attacking Tiaga or Gramina? It's attacking Gramina. So this Dread Warrior is about to learn a lesson here, I feel like. The Dread Warrior swings its mace at Gramina, hitting her with a 1. Which she blocks, but look at that, just barely. 1 white shield out of 5 dice. That is a Justin Pollitt level roll right there. Well, no, that's not true, because if that had been a Justin Pollitt level roll, she wouldn't have defended anything. Okay, and Thraken, who is also acting as a monster, he's already adjacent to Moonstone, so he might as well attack her. Acting under the influence directly from you there. Thraken swings his battle axe at Moonstone, hitting her with the 3. And because she couldn't possibly have been expecting him to attack her, she does not defend a single one of those hits, dropping her to 6 body points. Ouch. So there you go. They definitely paid for being dumb. Now on Thraken's coming turn, we'll see if he can throw that spell off. And like I said, he has been increasing his education, so there's a good chance he will throw it off, but it's not guaranteed. Wow, Thraken, how could you? Perfect. Okay, Moonstone. It is Moonstone's turn. Now she could attack Thraken, but I don't think we'll do that. That's kind of a last resort kind of thing for sure. She's not quite low enough to need to heal. She's got some healing spells. Yeah, Tiaga's the only one that's kind of in bad shape, and we do need to use up that gifted potion of restoration, so I'm not too worried. Let's just have Moonstone attack that Dread Warrior. The Moonstone sends a blast of energy from her Redwood Wand at the Dread Warrior. Wow, hitting it with a critical hit of 3. The dice are all about skulls all of a sudden. It blocks 1, but takes the other 2, meaning it is dead. Okay, Gramina can now search this room for treasure. Now I assume Thraken doesn't literally count as a monster, or else we wouldn't allow her to do this, but let's see what she gets. Okay. Yes, there is a special treasure in this room, that's right. The first hero to search for treasure in this room will find a Spell Tome artifact. Now this is something from the game, but I did print a special card for it. Reading from this dusty old tome will allow a spellcaster to regain all the spells they started the quest with. The book crumbles to dust after 1 use. So Gramina can't really use this, but she could absolutely hand this off to one of the heroes that could. So I'm going to give her this card, but we're not going to write it on her sheet, because this is essentially useless to her. She ought to be giving this to Moonstone or Tiaga, or honestly either Treyas or Morkai. She's angry about that hit from Thraken. Yeah, no kidding. That made her really mad. And then with her other action, Gramina can go ahead and head back to the stairs. Okay, Thraken. Thraken is currently up to 5 mind points, thanks to the education skill. That is usually something that players ignore. I've noticed they very rarely build the education skill, but since we've been doing this all randomly, it ends up getting built. So he has 5 dice here that he's rolling, and if there is a 6 on any of these, the command spell is no longer effective. Yes, indeed, he got a 6 there. But it still worked out pretty well there. He got a really good hit in on a hero before that expired. Let's see. Here, keep those ones. Okay. Having thrown that off, he can now return to the stairs as well. Education just gives mind points. Yes, you are correct. And it makes sense then why a lot of players end up kind of ignoring it, because The only thing the mind points are good for is that kind of thing right there, throwing spells off, or when you get the occasional monster that attacks mind points instead of body points. Okay, and I believe they are moving up to the final floor of the quest. Moving up to level 12, and Gramina will be starting this, since Moonstone was the last one to move. The first thing that we see on level 12 is the exit door to the quest. There we go. You there says that explains why players ignore it. If you have 4 mind points, you really don't need any more. Yeah. Yep. For the most part, that gives you a pretty good chance of throwing off spells like that. But every once in a while, you hit a monster that attacks mind points instead of body points, which is dangerous. It doesn't kill you if you lose all your mind points, but it makes you basically useless. One more thing in this quest guarding the exit door is... Yeah, we'll go ahead and use this guy. Why not? A named boss. Now, I promise this one is from the actual Telor book, because this name is kind of wild. This is Gorlethim Kar, a dread fire demon. It has the same stats as a regular gargoyle. It also knows some dread spells. Once the fire demon is defeated, the exit door to the quest will open. So this guy also can't be affected by fire spells. So we used our Prophecy of Telor fancy little gargoyle there. And we'll go ahead and grab the 2 dread spells that he has available to him as well here. All right, so let's see what we've got going on here. We need to start with Gramina. Before we move Gramina, though, I think we are, since she is adjacent to Thraken and neither of them are adjacent to a monster, we're going to go ahead and let her pass off 2 of her potions of healing. Because, again, she doesn't need them near as much as the other heroes with less defense than her do. And handing off items is not an action. Oh! Savannah says, why didn't you tell me about him so I could paint him? Oh, well, this isn't the only time this mini is going to appear, though. Justin says, oh boy, Luke's in the doghouse now. Yes, he clearly didn't want it painted, the silly boy. Yeah, no. No, this is a named boss, but this isn't a one-time mini, though. That's why I didn't say anything. Let's see, Gramina. Now, she actually doesn't have any benefit from attacking close range unless it's undead. So we might as well just kind of leave her back, right? Or actually, no, it does make sense for her to be close range. Being that she has the best defense dice, we kind of want him to attack her. Okay. She swings the Spirit Blade at the Fire Demon, hitting it with a 1. Which, surprisingly, it doesn't block. Now, remember, it's got gargoyle stats, +1 body point because of the difficulty chart, but because it is a boss, it also has a potion of healing. We got to remember that too. So unless they manage to knock out all of his body points before he gets a turn, he'll theoretically be able to heal damage. Okay, Thraken. Let's get Thraken over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now he does benefit from being close range, so we definitely want him up close. He swings his battle axe, hitting it with a 2. It blocks 1 and takes the other. Finally, we have Tiaga, who we really want to cast Demon Form, but unfortunately she can't do both. She can't do both things. So we'll, at least on this turn, we'll just move her 1 and let her shoot. Justin says, so I got my VPN on, so you might see a bump in Netherlands views. That's great. Tiaga fires a blast of energy from her Redwood Wand at the Fire Demon, hitting it with a 1. Which it blocks. Taking us to the monster's turn, where Gorletham-Kar will immediately take his potion of healing, erasing the 2 bits of damage that they managed to get on him so far. And also, keeping in mind that monsters, just like heroes, get 2 actions, and movement, attack, and cast spells are all separate actions. So the Fire Demon is going to start by physically attacking Thraken, based on our card search, or card draw, sorry. The Fire Demon swings its claws, hitting Thraken with a 3. He blocks 1 and takes the other 2, dropping him to 4 body points. The demon is also going to cast one of its spells. It is going to be the second one, based on our card draw there, which is Ball of Flame. The spell may be cast on any one hero, enveloping them in a ball of fire. It inflicts 2 body points of damage, and then we get instructions on how the hero might be able to defend it. Again, the only options are Gramina and Thraken here. So he can't hit Tiaga because she is behind Gramina, can't hit Moonstone because she's still on the stairs. So we are going after Thraken again. So clearly you there is controlling this boss. Good. Keep going on Thraken. Exactly. I didn't even see that. That's funny. So, Thraken is enveloped in a ball of fire. Let's see if he is able to throw off either of the points of damage he will receive from this fire. No, he is not. He takes both of those points. Oh no! A regular wandering monster, and I bet I don't even need to see. Yeah, on Thraken. Okay. Let's see what kind of monster this is. The 2 of Hearts gives us a Wasteland Goblin. Wasteland Goblins are slow, but they have higher defense. A Wasteland Goblin pops out of this little grate right here and immediately swings its dagger at Thraken, but misses him. Okay. Thraken deserves this random goblin. Yes, exactly. He has been totally useless this quest. Oh no! That is amazing. Dr. Funnut has redeemed a difficult monster also on Thraken, who is not going to be happy with the chat. Alright, so this is a Dread Warrior, Chaos Warrior, Doomguard, Gargoyle, or Ogre, and wouldn't it be hilarious? Oh no, you there's gifted a potion of healing to keep anybody from gifting one to him, I imagine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This gives us a Doomguard. Who's getting the potion of healing, you there? I assume it's not Thraken. Dr. Fonda says, I'm going to cry of laughter if you don't put it on Thraken. Yeah. Okay, the Doomguard immediately swings its axe at Thraken, hitting him with a 4. Boy, am I glad that Tiaga gave him some potions of healing. He blocked 2 and took 2, which would indeed kill him, except for that he takes a potion of healing right at the last second, saving him and bringing him back up to 4 body points. Whoever can never reach Thraken, or the boss needs another potion. Oh, geez. Okay, we'll go ahead and give that to Moonstone, and we'll just immediately apply it to her. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, even though she's also been useless this quest. That is great. All right, that takes us to, let's see, it was already the monster's turn, wasn't it? So we're going back to Moonstone here. And Moonstone can actually step off the stairs, and suddenly this quest just became a thing, a problem. They've got to do something about this. Let's see, what now? She's still got that Wall of Stone spell, but there's not really an opportune place to put it that would stop the monsters. Oh no! You there has increased a monster's stat. Okay, pick a monster. It can be any of these monsters, but the stat that gets increased is random. It'll either be attack, defense, or body points, so it'll be beneficial no matter what. I think Moonstone's just gonna attack. She really doesn't have any other like tricks up her sleeve. Boss monster should be better. Gotcha. Okay. So we'll draw a card for this, Low card is going to be a better attack. Medium card is going to be better defense. High card is going to be better body points. Medium card, it would be a 5. So higher defense. 6 defense dice the boss is now going to have. And it's still at full health. Okay, Moonstone is going to attack from the corner, and she might as well just attack the boss there. The boss is still arguably the biggest threat in the room. Sending a blast of energy from her redwood wand, hits it with a 2. And look at that, with 6 defense dice, doesn't defend either one of those. What's the deal with that, boss monster? I mean, still, it's not dead. Does it only have 4 body points? Gargoyles only have 3 normally, don't they? And our difficulty chart would give it a 4th. Come on, alphabetical order. Yes, I'm surprised. Acceptable. Good. Okay, Gramina. Yeah, we've definitely just gotten a problem here. Because we need to get onto that Doom Guard. Okay, I think we might set Gramina on the Doom Guard for the time being. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll switch her around to the other side of the map there to attack that Doom Guard. Gramina swings the Spirit Blade at the Doom Guard, hitting it with a 1. That's not very much help. Okay, the Doom Guard doesn't defend it. Also surprising. Does she have any tricks up her sleeve here? Oh yeah, I should have looked first, actually. She's got a Heroic Brew. That would have been helpful, but it's too late for that now. I'll try and remember that next turn. Thraken. Thraken is in a shape right now, for sure. Now, he would actually benefit from destroying that goblin just for the sake of having less number of monsters attacking him. So I think we might actually do that. All right, we got a new follower, the Yodax. Thank you very much. You there says they're focused on Thraken. Hope you enjoy what you see, what you hear. Don't be afraid to throw something in the chat if you'd like to. Very, very much appreciated for the follow. We'll definitely give you a follow back as well. Thraken swings his battle axe at the Wasteland Goblin, hitting it with a 2, which is indeed enough to destroy it if it doesn't defend. But it does defend 1. The monsters have stepped up their game for the final room. Cannot complain. Alright, Tiaga is going to cast Demon Form, allowing her to ignore pit traps and giving her an extra attack dice both close range and long range. Funnily enough, if you look closely, this is actually the same mini as the Dread Fire Demon, just painted. Oh, awesome! The Yodak says I play Hero Quest on Tabletop Simulator. That's super cool, man. Exactly. Justin says, okay, we need to be friends. Absolutely. Yodax, if you want to, there's a pinned comment there that is a link to our Discord. If you've got Discord, we've got a growing community surrounding Midnight Quest there, and there are a few people in there who also play Hero Quest on Tabletop Simulator in there. So definitely get in there and let's play some games. Absolutely. I love finding other people who know what Hero Quest is. That's so amazing. Okay, now that she is up in demon form, she can theoretically do some more damage. Let's have her fire at the boss. Sending a blast of demonic energy at Gorletham Kar. She hits him with a 3. And yet again, he doesn't defend a single thing, taking 3 body points of damage, which is enough to kill him. Now that might be the boss off the board, but that is definitely not the threat gone. So I'm going to go ahead and mark. This is actually Tiaga's first boss kill. I'm going to mark this on her character sheet. She killed Gorletham Kar. Is it K-A-R? Yes, indeed it is. Yeah, agreed. You there's a useless boss. Throw him in the fire. Exactly. Yeah, he didn't do much, did he? Extra defense dice and still didn't hardly manage to defend anything. However, that Doom Guard's still going to cause us a problem, so we're not out of the woods yet. It is the monster's turn, and both of these monsters get to attack. I'd say both of them are on Thraken, right? Now, the Doom Guard could attack Gramina, but he was summoned to attack Thraken, so you could argue that he should remain doing that. Okay, Wasteland Goblin swings a dagger at Thraken, hitting him with a critical hit of 2, which he blocks just barely. Thraken is wearing Borin's armor, so he ought to have decent defense rolls. The Doomguard also swings its axe, hitting Thraken with a 2, which he also defends. All right, back to the hero's turn. We just got to clear this room, and then surprisingly, there's not a special treasure, so I suppose it's possible we get a wandering monster still. Moonstone. Honestly, either one would be helpful because getting rid of the goblin would also kind of just help get rid of something. But she is going to fire at the Doomguard. Okay. Moonstone fires a blast of energy from her red wood wand, hitting that Doomguard with a critical hit of 3. Sometimes Moonstone doesn't screw around. It blocks 2 of those hits, only taking 1. The Doomguard is not going down easy. Wow, now Thraken steps up his game, yeah. Hopefully. Doomguard's got better stats than that boss does, doesn't it? Yeah, 5 across the board. 5 attack, 5 defense, 5 body points. That boss needs some better stats. I might make a note that if we ever were to play through this whole campaign again, that boss ought to be a little bit better than that. Regular gargoyle stats is kind of pathetic for a boss at this stage. Okay, Brain, Gramina. Yeah, you there says that boss wasn't much of a boss. Agreed. I think I left that from the Prophecy of Telor book, that it just has gargoyle stats, but no, it definitely needed to be worse. So good on you guys for putting more monsters in this room, because this definitely should have been a challenge more like what we're seeing here. Gramina swings the Spirit Blade at the Doomguard, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. Gramina's kind of taking it easy here at the end. She's sick of carrying everybody is what she's doing here. She's like, come on, guys. All right, you guys, I'll help, but I'm not doing the lion's share of the work. You guys got to do this. Yeah, you there says he had a funky name and kind of just died. That's right. We're putting that on the headstone. Gorletham Carr had a funky name and kind of just died. Perfect. Thraken. Awesome. Savannah just came down here to do some painting. She said Yodax joined the Discord. Thanks, man. I keep saying man. I'm assuming there, I guess.
Don't assume.
Yeah. I default to man as an yeah, just like it doesn't really matter what you are, I guess. I'm going to start saying dog. Thanks, dog.
Oh God, are we in the 90s?
Yeah, it's the 90s again. Good news, everybody. It's the 90s. Okay, Thraken, are we attacking the goblin or the Doomguard? Let's try and get rid of that goblin. Thraken is swinging his battle axe at the goblin, hitting it with a 2. It blocks 1, but it was damaged already, so it's out of here. Sarah says, I do that with dude. Yes, I also do that, especially with the kids. Yep. I default to dude as well. Absolutely.
Bro. We do bro a lot.
Bro, yeah. Especially to each other, we say bro a lot.
Yeah. And to the kids.
Yeah. My oldest son calls me bro a lot. My oldest son is 5. And sometimes something will happen and he'll just be like, bro. Okay. Where are we at here? Thraken just killed that goblin. So, demon form. Let's move the warlock just ever so slightly and have her fire at that Doomguard. Sending a blast of demonic energy. Hits that Doomguard with a 2. And the Doomguard blocks them both. That Doomguard is more of a boss than the boss was. He's holding on. He doesn't even have a potion of healing or nothing. You there says, I just used nerd. That is fair. That makes sense. We are totally with it. Definitely hip with the times. Or some kind of swear word. Yeah, absolutely. I used to get made fun of really bad at the KitchenAid factory I worked at for using right on and straight up. Those were usually affirmative responses if somebody would say, hey, can you do this real quick? Yeah, right on. Or something. somebody'd say something I agree with, and I'd be like, straight up. And for some reason, that was hilarious to everybody. So, are you from the 70s? What's going on? Okay, Doomguard. Is it attacking... oh, I was going to say, is it attacking Thraken or Gramina? Again, it was summoned to attack Thraken, so we'll just keep on doing that. Doomguard swings attacks. Hitting Thraken with a 1. Okay, Doomguard, come on now. I was just giving you props for being good. Thraken blocks, but just barely. Justin says, I say right on. Yeah.
Right on.
Right on. It just feels like such a groovy response. What are you going to do? Okay, Moonstone also attacking ye old Doomguard, which would have been neat if I hadn't stumbled over the word. She hits it with 2. And it doesn't block a single thing. Still not dead. But I can't imagine it survives this turn with everybody concentrating fire on it. Gramina would be a fitting person to end this Doomguard, swinging the Spirit Blade, but missing. Because again, Gramina's on strike. She's tired of carrying the entire team. She's like, one of you guys needs to do this, all right? Uther says, Doomguard is tired of being better than the minor bosses. Exactly. Everybody's just kind of giving up here. They're just like kind of half-hearted swinging.
He didn't get his holiday pay.
Thraken, yeah, Doomguard didn't get his holiday pay. It was Doom Day yesterday, and nobody even wished him a happy Doom Day. All right? Thraken swings his battle axe, hitting the Doomguard with a 2. And he blocks both. Justin said there's no back insurance in the hero business. Yes. Do you suppose Zargon offers better insurance than Mentor does? The Doomguard's not even attacking. He's just like, you guys should really consider switching sides. Look, I know Zargon gets a bad rap because of the orcs and the goblins and the death and the pillaging and all that, but like, honestly, his program is amazing. Yeah. Tiaga is firing a blast of demonic energy at the Doomguard, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. They're clearly considering his offer as well, because none of them are attacking very strong here. The Doomguard swings its axe at Thraken. We are in a stalemate here, hitting him with a 2. Which Thraken blocks. Total stalemate. Uther says he does. Doomguard even get resurrection insurance. Yes. Okay, back to another whole turn. This is, see, I jinxed it again. I say I can't imagine the Doomguard survives this turn, and then he totally does. He's got 1 body point left. 3 heroes attack him. Still alive. Okay, Moonstone, again, firing a blast of energy at the Doomguard, hitting him with a 1. Which he blocks. See, that's the problem. Heroes, you gotta hit harder than 1. Gramina, are we tired of the other heroes failing to kill this guy yet? Apparently not. She has missed again. Thraken swings his battle axe, hitting him with a 3. Now here we go, here we go. Doomguard blocks 1, but finally, see this, I have to believe that this was Gramina kind of guiding Thraken through the steps. Like, look, we're tired of you missing, you gotta do this. You have to do this. Nobody's gonna help you, we're gonna pretend to help you, but you gotta do the one to do this. Or be the one to do this. And off we go. Justin says, must be pretty sweet. Way more evil monsters than heroes. But be one sign, yeah, so there's a sign-on bonus with Zargon. Otherwise, monsters would probably just live like everyone else and be farmers or something. Uther says Gramina and the Doomguard were just chilling. Literally, it was just like, yeah, whatever. It's... 1 in 26 says, you know, the game wouldn't be so long if we just had some dead heroes. I say we start with the pointy-eared ones. Yes. Okay, Thraken, one more action, which is going to be treasure searching, and then this quest is over. And in typical fashion, Thraken has found a wandering monster, which in this quest is just a mountain orc, so it's nothing too threatening, but the way Thraken's been playing, this will probably have him the rest of the way. The mountain orc, of course, immediately swings its mace at Thraken, hitting him with a 2. And he doesn't defend either of them. He obviously was not expecting that attack, dropping him indeed to 2 body points. And we are at Tiaga the Warlock, who I guess we'll just see if she can just get rid of that orc again. Tiaga sends a blast of energy at the orc, hitting it with a 3. Yep, that's probably it for the orc. Blocked 1, but still took 2 body points of damage. The orc immediately exits the quest again, having got a pretty good hit on Thraken before being utterly destroyed by, the freaking demon in the corner. You there says, I think Thraken should just die at this point. He has been consistently useless in this quest, hasn't he? All right, and with that, the 4 heroes are going to roll out of the door. So we can, we're actually in hero order here, so let's just go ahead and do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there is Moonstone out. Gramina doesn't even need to roll. Out she goes. Hey, let's even open the doors. Why not? Thraken, I'm almost surprised he didn't get a 2 and fail to exit. Oh no. Justin says, could you imagine Monster just holding normal jobs? Gargoyle sheriff, goblin doctors, orc bartenders. And we've got a first-time chat. Tired Jesus, how's the night, folks? Not too bad, my friend. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Having a good night. How about you? Okay. You there, I assume we need to have Thraken back in the quest, right? I see what you did there with the timing, letting the other heroes leave first.
I almost did that.
We still got Tiaga in here, but that's it. You there says, Thraken got out. Well, put it on Ragnar immediately in his next quest. There you go. I would do that, but I will never remember by the time Ragnar goes on a quest. My memory is way too bad for that. Tired Jesus says, final drink so good. 30-year DM and just happy to see the game still being played. Absolutely, yes. Of course. Are you familiar at all with Hero Quest or just regular Dungeons and Dragons stuff? You there says, alrighty then, time to hit Thraken. Can do. Let's see what kind of monster we're getting. 9 of Hearts is an Ocean Orc. So ocean monsters are fast at the expense of some attack. So this is not the most powerful attacking monster ever, but hey, he does technically have enough to knock out the rest of Thraken's body points. Except it missed. Fantastic. Tired Jesus says, a bit of all of it. Hero Quest, I think I played 2 or 3 times for a game night. Awesome. Yes, that is indeed what we're playing, although we're playing it on a big old 3D board. But yeah, Dungeons and Dragons Z. User says he got there in time to be annoying. Yes, that's 100% the spirit. Yes. Okay, now Thraken, it is technically Thraken's turn. So if we're disregarding the movement he just did, then theoretically he can attack back. Swinging his battle axe. Hitting that Ocean Orc with a 3, which is probably enough to kill it. And indeed it is. Blocked 1, but still got two body points of damage taken. So exactly as you there explained, in time to be annoying, which is exactly right. Yes, Hero Quest, fantastic game. Got that when I was a child. Of course, the original Milton Bradley version released in '89. Got there. And then once Avalon Hill got a hold of it in the last few years, we've been buying it like crazy. Uther says, that's okay, now Thraken will be left alone. Fair enough, yeah. Out he goes. And Tiaga also, 1, 2, 3. One final minor annoyance from one of the heroes, and then out she goes. Just says, you think your tiles look comically small on your board, you should see them on my jumbo board. Oh, I bet. I bet the stairs are ridiculous. Tired Jesus says, I've not played the new version, but it's cool it got a revival. I totally agree, yeah. They've now remade, I'll switch to the face cam because we're gonna do the quest cleanup and all of that stuff. They've now remade all of the original expansions. So everything's gotten a new version. And we've also gotten a few like totally brand new expansions. So I don't know if you've followed the new version at all or not, Tired Jesus, if you know anything about what they've released, but I think they've released 3 completely brand new original expansions. And chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Jungles of Delthrak, Rides of the Dread Moon, and First Light. are the 3 like completely brand new original expansions. So yeah, they're doing good stuff. All right, so quest cleanup stuff. Of course, all surviving heroes get 50 gold coins, which gives us a total of 200 coins that we are adding. This is giving us 5s pretty much all across the board. 5,550 gold, which again, I know I harp about this every time. That is a lot of gold, but we do have a tier 2 armory that several heroes are about to hit that has a lot of very expensive items on it. So that gold is still going to disappear very fast. Oh, yes, yeah. You're absolutely right, you there. How could I forget about those? So, Prophecy of Telor, Spirit Queen's Torment, and Crypt of Perpetual Darkness are also 100% brand new original expansions. Duh. I mean, we're literally playing Prophecy of Telor right now. Tired Jesus says, didn't even know it happened. I DM for a living, but recently have been trying new Star Wars 5e. Nice. Awesome. And you DM for a living. That is also super cool. Yeah, I bet a lot of that stuff is really neat. Justin says, First Light is an alternate game system. Yeah, true. So it's not necessarily an expansion, but for all intents and purposes, it kind of is. You there says, I'm painting the dragon from Crypt of Perpetual Darkness. Nice. Is that what you were doing on stream? you were streaming earlier today, weren't you? Or was that yesterday I was thinking of? I definitely need to tune in and see that. I've got a couple of those. I've got the mythic tier. Here, I'll go back to the board camera here. So I imagine this right here is the model that you there is painting currently. Venom the dragon, which came with the Crypt of Perpetual Darkness mythic tier. Yesterday, gotcha. Tomorrow, some other days. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I keep forgetting that actually technically like my yesterday is not necessarily the same thing as your yesterday because of the time zone differences. If we're counting like what is today and yesterday as when we've slept last. I also have, I got this alternate mini here. This is from Minis 3D.
I think that should be the white and gold one.
Yeah, and this is also meant to be that same boss, Venom. And I like both minis. I do like the mini that actually came with HeroQuest. I was just disappointed that it wasn't a little bit bigger. I would have loved for it to be bigger. This one is a little bigger, but still not kind of the size that I was thinking in comparison to the heroes. I mean, it's clearly bigger than the Barbarian, but not massive, you know?
I think that'll be the cool one when it's white and gold. I think that'll be a cool white and gold one.
Yeah, you there says at this point it's the same thing. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think you're right. That would be neat to be the white and gold one that Cody mentioned. Yeah, they're doing good stuff. They've even gotten a lot of this new stuff has the original creator of HeroQuest, Stephen Baker, involved as well. So that's not all of it. They have done some stuff that's been a little questionable as far as it feeling like the original game, but obviously that's very opinion based. But when the original creator is involved, you can't. Whoops, it's kind of hard to argue with that. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to follow the Yodax back, since the Yodax also jumped in here. So, Tired Jesus, you say you DM for a living. Tired Jesus says, if you guys haven't checked it out yet, The Book of Dragons by Michael Whitwer really inspired me to rework a few custom games. Oh, definitely we'll check that out. Dragons were not something that were really a part of HeroQuest until kind of more recently. They've been going a little bit dragon crazy. Not terrible, but it's always neat to try and find stuff to do with those that hasn't been done a billion times, you know? Oh, we need to have Gramina pass that spell tome artifact off to somebody who can actually benefit from it. Okay, just gathering up cards here so that we can do skill sets. In this campaign that we're running, which includes most of the official HeroQuest expansions and also a few books that I wrote just to kind of fill in gaps in storyline, I also, one of the books that I wrote was kind of a dwarf quest, since we had an elf quest and a barbarian quest in the original expansions back in the day. We never got a dwarf quest or a wizard quest, and so naturally, you know, the dragon's the bad guy of that one. And as much as I hated to, much as I hated to do the old dragon took over the dwarves' ancestral home, it's just such a classic. You know what I mean? We'll do it once, we'll get it out of the way, and then if we have dragons, we'll use them for something else. Fire Jesus says they did some neat things with the white dragons to make them look a bit more like owl bears or something. Nice. The greens have hoods like a cobra. It was really a lot of work on his part to compile the best of the best. That sounds amazing. Yeah, definitely need to check that out. The Book of Dragons by Michael Whitwer. You there says this just in, 2 dragons is going dragon crazy. Yeah, fair point. Fair point. Well, going from 0 dragons to 2, admittedly not dragon crazy, but it almost makes you wonder if there was a reason that Stephen Baker hadn't really delved into it. Was he intending to and didn't, and so now he's getting his chance? Or was he kind of also kind of in that sort of like, let's not go with the obvious dragon trope? Either way, I certainly wouldn't say they've misused it. Okay. The other thing that the surviving heroes of each quest get are 2 skill set points, which they must use immediately. There are 6 skill set categories, 10 levels in each category. Each character class is affected by those levels differently, and there is not a reward for every level. But we're going to randomize what they get. So Moonstone, our druid, this was her 14th total quest, which is pretty neat. That puts her on par with pretty much everybody else. She did pretty good this quest, other than not being able to hold on to her shapeshift spell, and then the consistent misses she kept getting at the beginning of tonight. But then she evened it out.
Do you have pop over there?
I got like a swallow.
I drank my water. Apparently that was over here. Oh man.
You there says I'm assuming because Games Workshop was like, no, yeah, you're probably right. They wanted things to be more in line with their world. Yeah, I bet you're exactly right.
Oh, it's on the floor.
Yeah, I guess in that interview that he posted, or it wasn't him that posted it. What was the name of the channel? I bet Justin, if Justin Pollitt's still in here, you probably remember the name of the channel that did the Stephen Baker interview. Anyway, he mentioned that he had a few ideas for monsters that ended up getting swapped out for Games Workshop suggestions. He was going to have an ogre instead of the gargoyle. Even the gargoyle, I guess, was a Games Workshop suggestion. He was going to have an ogre kind of be the big boss monster right from the get-go. Jordan Sorcery is the channel I was thinking of. Justin says, I'm not sure I'd count the First Light Dragon as a real dragon. Yeah, true, but I'm not finished with it yet. But as I know at the moment, it's some warlock stealing magic from a dragon egg and transforming into one. Yeah, that's true. So it's a dragon, but it's kind of not. It's not a biological dragon, if you will. All right, let's see. Moonstone's first point tonight is going to be Magic Memorization level 8. Let's see if that's anything for a druid. And indeed, yes it is. It is an increase to 7 spells per quest. So she's getting a little bit more magical here. And then her second point is going to be Combat level 4. That's probably not anything for her. I don't think she gets much out of the combat table. No, she doesn't get anything else until level 6. So she's working towards some stuff there. Gramina. I mean, the star of the show, right? I mean, there's no arguing that. Gramina is the all-powerful, the one who one-shot the Witch Lord like it was nothing. This was also her 14th quest total. Let's see what she's getting skill set wise. Combat level 6 for an explorer is nothing. She'll get another thing at level 8. We're also getting Magic Memorization level 3, which can't possibly be much Memorization level 3 for an explorer is also nothing. Yep, she doesn't get much out of a magic table, but she gets a little bit. Okay, that is good for her. Thraken. Also forgot to erase that one potion we used of his. Now, Thraken was definitely being useless. I don't even think he was doing good at the beginning of this quest on Friday night. He is set up to be such a good hero. 4 attack dice with the battle axe, 4 defense dice thanks to the helmet and the Born's armor. He's also got the armband of healing artifact, which he used fairly early on, and he still got beat to a pulp and would have even without the chat summoning the extra monsters. You there says, I'm thinking your bosses are too weak if they can be one-shot. Yes. Now, I will say that was regular Hero Quest stats. That was only in the first book. It was a fluke and it shouldn't have happened, and I have since increased the Witch Lord's body points even in that first book. If we were to ever play the first book again, theoretically it shouldn't happen. It was insane that Gramina rolled all 4 skulls, and then the Witch Lord rolled no black shields for defense, with 6 defense dice. So that was a wild stroke of luck. But I agree with you that the bosses, especially the Witch Lord, who is capped at 4 dice hitting him, being that the Spirit Blade is the only thing that can hit him, that's capped at 4 dice, he should have at least 5 body points so that can't happen. Gohan says, nah, Gramina gonna one-shot him every time. Yes. Yeah. Thraken, so... Yeah, no kidding. This was Thraken's 15th quest. So he's getting to be an old, experienced guy, which makes it even more pathetic that he was struggling so bad. His first point tonight is going to be Magic Skill level 4. He's also climbing Magic Skill for some reason. So he needs to pair Magic Skill level 3 with Memorization level 4 to get a spell. So he's kind of climbing skill for no reason right at the moment. His second point is going to be Education level 8. Yeah, that served him pretty well this quest, didn't it? So he doesn't get anything for 8, but he is going to get more mind points for 9 and 10 when he maxes those out. Mind points, of course, giving you the ability to throw off spells like Sleep and Command, and also gives you a better fighting chance against monsters who attack mind points instead of body points. Let me just make sure. Yeah, we got both of his. And finally tonight we had Tiaga, who of course is required to go on every single quest in this particular book, being that she is the bearer of the Talisman of Lore. And this whole book is centered around the mystery of the Talisman of Lore. This is her 15th quest. She is going to be raising us into dangerous territory with monster difficulty. Being that she's getting more and more skill set points, she's going to be driving us up potentially into level 4 difficulty. I would bet we're going to have level 4 difficulty pretty soon, just based on her. Justin says, me and Sarah were getting bodied by the Witch Lord. It was not an easy fight, and we went in super prepared. Yeah, you don't have Gramina. Simple. Good point, Gohan. Yeah. Because that right there shouldn't have been affected much, if at all, by my homebrew. Because I didn't change the Spirit Blade, and I didn't change the Witch Lord's stats, other than I gave him more spells than he should have had. So technically, he should have been harder in my version, but it was just that stroke of luck. Gohan says, plus your rolls aren't impressive. Yeah, Justin's rolls are bad. Yeah. Okay, Tiaga's getting 7, which is Machinery level 4. Machinery has to do with traps, and level 4 isn't anything. She's getting something again at level 6 by the looks of it. And her second point is going to be Constitution level 4. Constitution gives you more body points, and indeed she does get one with level 4. So that's going to put her up to 12 total body points, which will be helpful. As I mentioned, she is going to be, later on in this book, she's going to be dealing with some extra stuff. We never did use that Potion of Restoration, so I need to erase that off because they don't carry gifts over from quest to quest. Okay, one more thing with the character sheets. I want to pass off that Spell Tome artifact to either Treyas or Morkai. Both of them are wizards, so both of them are going to benefit more from the idea of being able to restore all of your used spells in a quest. There's Mordecai. Where's Treyas? See if there's one of them who's kind of better suited. Right at the moment, Mordecai is a little bit better suited to having it. He's got less spells per quest, so that'll give him a little bit of a leg up, at least for now. We'll go ahead and mark that down on his sheet. Spell Tome. Give him a little bit of a leg up next time he goes on a quest. Feels like it's been a minute since we've seen him, so he might show up here pretty soon. Gohan says, poor Justin getting roasted harder than the Witch Lord in Book 1. That's great. Justin says, this was the PC version of the Milton Bradley version, so stricter rules. Yeah, true. Yeah, I have zero idea of anything. Justin says, it's all good, make fun of me. Maybe whatever Dice God I've angered might take pity. You really did, dude. It was something about when you were here in person the first or second time. It might have been the second time you were here, and you used those mixed dice.
And you angered.
Something about that just destroyed it all, and ever since then, you haven't been able to get a good dice roll to save your life.